7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. There is a gentleman by the name of Little Jackie Papers working the ones and twos this morning. And Doug, what a presentation he has prepared for us.
What's he got? I can't wait to hear.
Papers, tell Doug about this Stiefel dossier.
I didn't even get a chance.
It's all on you.
I walked in and Doug goes, a little lean today, huh? Not a shot at you. Not a shot at you.
I didn't even get a chance to answer before uproarious laughter was filling the air.
You got a media chuckle thrown at you, boy.
Yeah. Well, Missouri heads to Nashville this weekend to take on Vanderbilt.
What do you think? You confident?
Confident? Nah.
Okay.
I mean, optimistic.
Okay.
If you don't have a touch of optimism, I don't know how you get out of bed every morning. So I guess I'm optimistic.
Wow. That was inspirational.
Thank you. Yeah.
Robbins over here.
So optimistic, yes. Expectations,
50-50?
I think it's going to be a rock fight. I think it's going to be a defensive fight. Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a defensive battle. Yeah.
Is part of that because of the rain?
No, has nothing to do with the weather.
Is that now happening? Because it was supposed to rain.
Track.
And then now, as we were considering going, that was one of the things that we were factoring in. Doug, I'll let you know what the Apple weather app says.
Okay.
Cloudy, high of 70, not bad.
Okay.
I see 75% chance of rain on Sunday, but that will not impact the festivities. No rain between now and Sunday in Nashville.
Did it say rain a couple of days ago?
Yes, it did over the weekend.
And now it's changed.
Yeah, still I think we have rain in the St. Louis area this weekend. Doug, is that correct? I know you.
I believe so, yeah. St. Louisans will experience some dampness.
Oh, just on Sunday.
Okay.
So you can get out in ball strike if you want. Colder conditions, ball doesn't fly as far at that point. And that obviously damages anybody with a high, flighty, spinny 7-iron.
It's getting hit from all angles so far.
Papers, did you notice the Alliance saved you from dossier discussion and weaved it into a Mizzou segment?
There's nothing to hide.
Okay.
You don't have to hide
There's no guests. We're just talking ball and hanging out.
Right.
Yeah,
We're
but no
talking
guests
ball.
is fine. We've been doing no guests for 2 decades.
I'm not concerned. I don't know why.
I just asked what was on the dossier.
I know, and snickering occurred. It was a.
And he pointed at you, Martin. He pointed at you.
He looked right in my eyes and he laughed.
Because the esteemed Doug Vaughn and I just had a brief discussion.
Doug is esteemed.
That there wasn't a whole lot going on, which other than the NBA had a big night.
Yeah, Wemby.
We don't have a Blues game to really chatter about.
I know. We can get you ready for the Blues and Mammoth tonight.
Okay.
Do you feel ready yet, Doug?
Not really.
Yeah,
I'd like to
get you ready.
Good thing you're sitting where you're sitting there,
Okay.
Buster.
Pal.
All right. You got Bustard and Pal.
I'm not going to rule out Holiday calling in. We had texted yesterday.
Matt the Bat, what's he got going?
Well, no, we had reached out. So remember awkwardly last week, I kind of fired him on the air, which was really uncomfortable. Just trying to say that the commitment that he had and the sponsor we had, it was for the baseball season. He didn't have to continue. So I talked to him later in the day, not because of the awkward, but something else, some paperwork, and he said, yeah, I don't mind coming on, whatever you guys want. So yesterday I said, okay, let me know. Didn't hear back, but history tells us during the middle of the show, I'll get a text saying, should I just do it now? And I'm like, well, we were knee-deep in some ball talk, but sure.
Yeah,
sure.
Wendy's performance in Dallas last night, we're a little focused. So Matt the Bat may be on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, but great news to those of you listening to this presentation right now. You can be on this show at any moment by calling 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can text in 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then friends, they gather and they talk it over, some of them, for all 4 hours of the show on the TMA STL YouTube channel. And we're very grateful that they do. They were waiting for us this morning, Doug, in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Were they?
And my morning just got brighter hearing Tim's voice and seeing Doug's cute, alluring smile. You ever been told you have an alluring smile?
No, not really. No.
Well, Harry Hogg just told you.
Okay, thank
Sounds
you.
like a description of a pedophile. And an alluring smile.
G-Man says, I hope it's on time today. According to my circadian rhythm, I need to see Tim at 7. That's from G-Man. My internal clock wakes me up at 6:52 every morning now. So people's internal clocks wake them up to go onto the YouTube chat? Is that something? Is that biological?
I've heard that mine kind of wakes me up to get to work every morning.
Would you wake up early on the weekends?
Yeah, but then I go back to bed.
Yeah. I get up about 5:30 on Saturday. I'm like, what am I doing?
Do you really? And then you go back to sleep?
Yeah, I go back to sleep.
God bless.
But I do wake up.
Yeah. Now, I take a multitude of sleeping pills, kind of like the fruit cocktail you had of Jackson's pills and Jupiter, Martin. Yeah. But I have been ill for a while. And so, Doug, I'm taking NyQuil with the pills. So there's a chance I might go Marilyn Monroeing here this evening.
How long do you stay up after you take that concoction?
The last night it was, we're not even going to attempt to watch television. I think the Mizzou-wearing jersey younger son was still in the bedroom, and I said, that'll do it. Turned the white noise on, rolled over, and the next thing I know, I'm up early in the morning, dressed in black. Or as today, I'm Little Red Riding Hood.
Okay. I'm blessed that I can get to sleep almost instantly.
You've been told you're an Olympic caliber sleeper?
Olympic caliber snoozer. Mm-hmm. It's not always good.
What do you mean it's not always good?
Well, I'd like to have a little more energy and be able to stay up past about 8:15 at night. I'm exaggerating. 10 at night.
Yeah, but if you got to get up at 4:30 or 5, then there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I guess. But even on nights when I don't have to get up, 10 o'clock rolls around and it's pretty much, oh boy.
I just saw.
Boy, would you look at the clock.
Martin and I walked in together this morning. What was that, 4:45?
We rode the Metro, got off the same stop.
And we saw Courtney Landrum of 106.5 The Arch. Truly one of my favorite people in the world. And she goes, I'm hurting today. And I go, what's going on? Went to the Indigo Girls show last night, only got 3 hours of sleep.
Oh, jeez.
Jackson, have you ever gone to an Indigo Girls show?
Here we go. I have not. I'm trying to think that they have that. They got that with one song about going to a river or something, or a mountain.
Close. I think Going Through a River was one song, and then the separate one was Going Through a Mountain.
Well, they came to the mountain. They sang to the children. Am I right there?
You're getting real warm there.
I like it.
They're folk singers, is that right?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Yep.
I'm not too well versed, but this screams of return music is what it screams.
Oh, yeah, Indigo Girls return music.
Huh.
Yeah.
Is there a theme today on the music?
Well, it's tough to tell. Much like a Matt Holiday call, it might happen out of nowhere.
You discover your theme as the show progresses.
I think it's the best way to do it, in the moment.
Let it come to you. It's got to be organic.
Right. Let the game come to you.
Hey, Tim, sorry you aren't feeling well. You can have my immune system if that would help. That's from Marcia's Burner. Good morning, guys. The only guarantees in life are death, taxes, and Tim looking immaculate. That's from Mike Gundy's buyout.
What's happening?
Papers, are you watching the Murdaugh murders on Hulu? That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
No.
Hasn't that story been told like 10 different ways?
And I feel like there have been a variety of quote-unquote documentaries on that.
It was like in the news just less than a year ago, wasn't it? We were getting stories every day on the news, and they already turned it into a TV show.
A doctor that had a compound, kind of?
Yeah, I'm not super into the real crime documentaries, so I'm not the person to ask on that topic.
Okay. Gareth?
Leave you out of it.
I don't know.
How's Kai?
A lot of people watch him.
How's Sweet Kai? How about an update?
He was great.
Yeah, Jackson last night went over to visit with Sweet Kai. The four of us had libations with the great Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling. Doug, the Blue Train was riding strong.
Oh, is that right?
Yesterday afternoon at Cyberg's on Dorset. Hello again, everybody. And Jackson announced he was heading over to Sweet Kai's apartment.
Yep.
His wife would also be there for you texters.
Yeah.
Because he's married.
Yes.
Which is, of course, the more popular MMF.
Yeah, we hung out, watched some ball, had some Emo's pizza pie.
Yeah. What was on that pie, boy?
Sausage. Sausage on one of them, pepperoni on the other. Yeah, it was great. I had a great time. Love Sweet
pies?
Guy. Use a 2-pie situation. There were some other people there.
Situation.
Well, there was Doug.
There was a lot of people there.
Oh, I could eat the entire pizza. I could eat an entire Emo's pizza.
Yeah, me too. Large Emo's pizza.
Stop. You have to stop
easily.
No, quit eating.
And here come the text. Jackson went to Kai's and had some sausage. Here it goes. You just can't say anything, Jackson.
That's fine.
Can't say anything.
That sophomoric humor won't slide on this program.
But I will say...
I wouldn't think so.
It won't slide.
Not on this show. Many other shows.
I will say the get-together with the great Seth Goldcamp was a fun visit, talking shop, and then we kind of stumbled into a great clearing the deck, right, about the most famous person.
That's right.
We were talking about Brad Pitt, and then I said, is John Hamm the most famous St. Louis celebrity ever? And Papers doubled down on Vincent Price.
Adamant.
Adamant on
Vincent Price. Doug, Webster Grove statesman, am I correct?
Yeah.
I thought he went to Country Day.
Ooh, I don't know. Let's find out.
And then Doug
I'm doing
in
the work
on
over
Yogi
here.
Berra.
Yeah, I'm going with Yogi Berra.
But I
He
know
did go to
Jackson
Country Day.
scoffed at that.
Well, scoff is the wrong word because he's like one of the greatest St. Louisans ever. I just don't know if in 2025 you can consider Yogi Berra the most famous St. Louisan of all time.
And we think
Probably
Nelly's
not
in
Vincent
play.
Price either.
Nelly.
So now you're withdrawing the Vincent Price take.
You doubled down yesterday.
As I've sat with it.
You discussed it with Kai over 2 pies.
I asked Kai if he knew who Vincent Price was, and that was a no-go.
Kai.
I did some.
Did not know who Vincent Price was.
I did a brief straw poll, and it didn't come back in my favor. So I'm willing to open it up.
It might be Chuck Berry.
I think he's the most influential. That's my vote. He's the most influential.
Little Beer Cat's Cuckstool says Randy Orton.
I don't know. How about
Neil
Harry?
Allen Craig Paquette says Tina Turner.
How about Harry Carey? He was Webster High.
Jackson's
We're
doing
talking
that
about
thing where
the
he's
most famous St. Louis, and I don't think it'd be a baseball broadcaster.
I think we're looking international reach.
As
get you
that
Nelly.
close is Vincent Price.
internationally, he would actually, I think, would grow in estimation.
He wasn't a bad person on the list. It was just the fact you were adamant he was the top on the list.
Maybe in like 65 he would have been.
Were you boat drinking? Is that what happened?
No, it's
Guy gets a boat drink in him, and you never know what's going to happen, especially when you're heading over to Kai's for 2 pies.
that's right. 2-Pie Kai. That's a good nickname.
That's a new name.
I love that.
He's no longer Sweet. He's Tupac guy.
The obvious choice is Tim. That's from Banner.
There we go.
Jason Tatum, John Goodman. A lot of John Goodmans coming.
Well, we discussed him as well yesterday.
He'd be up there.
Body
He'd be way
work,
up there.
body work, TV and movies.
Yeah. I think Nelly has a real claim.
Not as the on the list.
I think he's up there.
I'm surprised we don't have a definitive answer, especially now that this is the second time we've discussed it in about 18 hours.
If there was just one president who was from here, it would be such an easy answer. But
Harry
it's tough.
Truman's the closest.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is there's not one major international pop star or president or even just major politician.
Although Independence for Harry Truman, that's about almost 4 hours away.
Yeah, I don't think you could claim
How far
that.
away would Lincoln have been if he was from
Springfield?
1.5.
Yeah, maybe,
But he was born in Kentucky, then moved to Springfield.
yeah.
Wow, some good Lincoln knowledge there.
Yeah, the land of. You couldn't claim Springfield either.
No.
Yeah.
It's Akon, you dolts. That's from the millennial. Doug, do you think it's Akon?
No.
To call back to Monday when we talked about Akon being from St. Louis.
Akon's obviously super famous, but he's kind of from here. He's born here. I don't know.
I mean, right now, in the moment, Joe Buck is a great St. Louis
I think right now that's a good
representative, I would say.
answer. Yeah.
Win the most famous St. Louis and be St. Louis. Meta.
Like the king?
Oh, King Louis.
No.
Which king was it? Was it Louis the 14th?
13th, maybe?
Gosh, I don't know.
What corner are we in?
Guys, how about
not
Nikki
knowing
Glaser?
much.
That's from the Millstat
Nikki
Meat
Glaser,
Hammer. Doug,
yeah.
she is hosting Saturday Night Live. Is that November 8th?
Instead of just coming up with one, perhaps it ought to be a Mount Rushmore. So
Mount
that we
Rushmore has never been done on Sports
so that
Talk
we can
Radio.
get 4 of them up there, because there's not one
So
just
Vincent Price is, of course, George
stands
Washington.
head and shoulders above everyone else.
Okay, so V. Price.
V. Price.
Someone says
go
Bob
Yogi.
Costas. I'm not sure we can claim
not-
Bob
no.
Costas.
He's upstate New York, right?
Yeah, we can't claim him.
Or is he from
He's
New York
from,
City?
I think he's from the New York City.
And then went
maybe
to the Q's,
Queens?
home of Fran Brown. I bet Bob Costas loves Fran Brown.
How can you not?
Thank you.
Speaking of the Mount Rushmore, there's a Twitter account, and it's like the Mount Rushmore of bad moments or something, like bad sports. And they had Bob Costas and Al Michaels on discussing the Bill Buckner, and I'm like, somehow they've cornered the market apparently on the Mount Rushmore of blunders, and they managed to get those two to do it.
Oh, what did they come up with?
I didn't watch it. I just saw it go by on my feed, but I'm like, wow.
Broadcast blunders?
I'm going to find it. No, famous sports blunders.
Well, who is the guy in the 99 U.S. Open?
Oh, Jean Van de Velde?
That's got to be number 1, right?
Yeah, or the guy who signed the wrong card at the Masters,
Yeah.
allowing Bob Golby to win.
Yeah, Bell
Chris
rolls
Webber
on.
calling a timeout.
Don't sleep on Merkel's boner.
Yeah.
Flip that off.
There was a play where Mac Jones, the Patriots and Raiders were tied, and they ran a lateral play for whatever reason. Mac Jones caught a lateral and got smoked, fumbled the ball. The Raiders picked it up and scored a touchdown and won the game. That one always was resonant in my mind.
The Russell Wilson Super Bowl interception's
Yeah.
got to be up there.
Yeah.
You turds, it's Chingy. That's from the 636.
Oh, don't call us names.
Chingy's McClure North or McClure?
I don't know.
Michael McDonald McClure.
Yes.
Chingy McClure North or McClure?
I don't know.
My mother-in-law taught Chingy.
Oh, really?
No.
That's cool.
How to rap?
I don't know about that part, but I can text. My in-laws are celebrating their 54th wedding anniversary today.
Oh, my God.
Happy
Mazel
anniversary.
tov.
Hey, all
They're
right.
loyal listeners. So my mother-in-law might text me and say,
Sharon
she
and
taught
Clayton.
Chingy how to rap.
Sharon and Clayton says her husband's grandfather was Truman's press secretary. Just a little fun fact is all it is.
Jackson, give you a media laugh.
That's a nice connection.
Clearly, it's Classy Freddie Blassie. That's from Rap Till Cuss. What about Pat LaFontaine? That's from the Recovering Alcoholic from Belleville in Webster Grove.
He was here like a year or two, I think, as a kid.
He said he used to skate on the Ursuline Pond.
Oh, is that right, really?
Yeah, I believe I had read that at one point.
What about the girl from The Office or John Hamm, you dopes? That's from Tim's Toothless
Don't
Bottom
call
Boy.
us dope. Stop with the name calling.
Yes, and the whole conversation started with John Hamm. Pay attention.
Yeah, John Hamm would be way up there.
He's on that. That's how the whole thing started.
Yeah.
We went from Brad Pitt being a Mizzou guy, Sigma Chi, and then we got to John Hamm yesterday. And then I just threw it out there. I was just clearing the deck at Cyberg's, and then Vincent Price happened.
Tina Turner's a great call. She was probably one of the top 5 most famous people on earth for a stretch. That's from the Gentleman's Tip.
Oh, man. That might be exaggerating a little bit.
That's interesting.
What about Kevin Nealon? It's from the 636.
I don't know that we can claim him either.
Unlikely.
But he's been on the program a couple times. Always a great interview, too.
Yeah.
Because he's asked the same questions about something he did 30-plus years ago. But he's sporting AF, and he was indeed born in St. Louis. Very brief stay, kind of like Akon, I gather.
Wasn't Bert Convey also born in St. Louis?
Yes, and texts into the show, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Different Bert Convey.
So you say.
Bob Tway.
Pam from The Office. It's from the Dogtown Dumper Pumper.
No. It's great.
Jenna Fisher.
Jenna Fisher's great, but she's
I think
not
we
the
need
most
to
famous
decide
Anderson.
on a Mount Rushmore. I don't think we'll ever get to the number one.
Doug, Ulysses S. Grant. That's right. He lived off Gravois.
Yeah, he might be the answer.
Was he born in St. Louis?
I don't think
Grew
so.
up here?
He married
Oh, no.
into the brewery family.
No dice. If you're not
he
born
was
and raised
forced
here,
to stay
you're
here?
not a St. Louisan. I mean, you can become one, but it's different. He was born in Ohio. No dice.
Okay.
Jeremy Macklin. That's from The Plumber.
Again,
Been a lot of
let's really dig deep before
We are
we
going to
text
break
in
the
an
text
answer.
inbox.
think
They're
we have
coming
to-
in now, and it's going to freeze it.
All right, in categories. It's like Orlovsky's 7. Okay, I needed vision as a quarterback, footwork. We have all these different categories. Maybe we break it. Most famous St. Louis athlete, most famous St. Louis musician.
Yeah, but
just
that's not
saying
as fun.
But that's going to help whittle it down, I think.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
Athlete, musician, actor,
Okay.
and then what is another one? Politician? I don't think we have that. Or
Hey, guys, Harvey Keitel went to Bayless.
he didn't.
That's from Big Tough.
He didn't.
You would get my vote if that was the case.
I had no idea.
He didn't.
You call him Big Tough to liar.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's really good in Taxi Driver.
Where'd De Niro go? Lime?
Yeah.
Melville Panther.
Max Scherzer, first ballot Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's on that. He's on the sports list. I think Jason Tatum's going to end up way up there. He might play this year, Papers.
I'd be surprised.
Okay.
Achilles is a
Predictionary?
tough injury. Although he got the surgery real quick.
Yeah. What about Tony Vitello? New manager of the DeSmet Proud.
Courtney Landrum, I was just talking about, after she only got 3 hours of sleep from going to the Indigo Girls show last night. She goes, how about the guy from St. Louis becoming the Giants manager? I go, absolutely. That's Wellington's boy. When Wellington's filled on the program, he's been on, right? One of the days I was out,
Yes.
Vitello was on.
Yeah.
He didn't think it was happening because he said Vitello was so happy at
Tennessee.
the college game, all of that. But shout out, Tony Vitello, DeSmet's own, now the manager, making the leap directly from college to the pro game. I would actually be interested in Matt the Bat's thoughts on that.
Yeah.
When you're a player, the
Because
guy
you don't
comes
see
in.
that happen.
Like they said, the only close comp was that Pat Murphy, who was a long-time college coach, but he was on the bench for the Brewers for like 7-8 years.
Yeah. Yep, that's correct. So he got a feel for that game. I will be super intrigued to see how that plays. And he has to go into that division with 2 monster payrolls. If somebody would have told Tony Vitello a week ago that he'd be managing against Albert Pujols in the San Diego Padres, should that happen?
You have to really have built yourself a reputation to go from a college coach with no Major League Baseball experience to a manager, to be that highly thought of, to even be in a conversation, to be a Major League manager when you didn't play and you're not even coaching in the major leagues.
And all he really wanted was to be the coach at Mizzou. Ended up in Tennessee, kind of stuck it to him. Fight on.
Doug, what frat was he in at the University of Missouri? This is
Tony
frat
Vitello.
talk.
I don't have any idea.
Jackson, do you know?
I don't. Tony Vitello. I'm looking up Tony Vitello fraternity.
Sigma knew if he had any sense.
Nice. What about James Gunn, most famous St. Louisan?
I was going to say papers would recommend him.
Very, very famous, but directors are sometimes tough, especially those big IP projects that kind of get buried behind the work.
What?
Well, the name Superman is bigger than James Gunn, so he's going to get buried behind that in a way. You know what I'm
Phyllis Diller, Kevin Kline. Nikki Glazer keeps getting pops.
She definitely had the biggest 2024 of any St. Louisan. I'll say that with confidence.
Doug, I got you a fourth category, okay?
Okay, what's that?
We have musicians like Chuck Berry, like Nelly. Then we have entertainment, John Hamm, John Goodman, those types. And then broadcaster.
Oh,
so
okay.
that's where Stone Phillips would be on there.
Joe Buck.
Joe Buck.
Harry Carey.
Jack
Buck. Can we count Jack
He's
Buck?
not from here, though.
Tim.
But he lived here. Geez, he lived here 50 years.
He's not from here.
Tim?
Akon?
Wow.
Tim?
South City 63109,
Yeah.
Tam Avenue Capital Partners.
I wasn't born here either, but I consider myself a St. Louis.
Well,
for sure.
You love Kansas.
But you grew up here.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't have to be born here, but you have to grow up.
Well, you're a St. Louis staple, though.
I don't know that I'm a staple.
I think you are.
I was born in San Francisco.
Oh, were you? Oh, that's
That's a good fun fact. Under
Raised
the
here.
Golden Gate Bridge.
Not far. My mom walked me through Golden Gate Park.
Is that right?
Yeah.
How long did you live there?
Presidio.
A year and a half.
Nice.
So the memories aren't real vivid.
Sure.
Were you cheering for Jeffrey Leonard?
Yeah, because of my roots, I was torn.
Yeah.
Chuck Berry getting a number of votes.
Yep. He's in that music category.
Jay Randolph, Jack Buck, Phyllis Diller, and August Bush. There's the Mount Rushmore from the 314.
Okay. I think Jay Randolph is from West Virginia.
August Bush is a good one, though.
Guys, didn't know Shohei Ohtani spent a couple of years as a kid in Fenton? That's from the Bridgeton Landfill
I don't
Field.
think so. No.
I bet he got that Fenton Bar and Grill wings and loved them. That
He
probably
would've-
led to
yeah,
his
he-
strength.
Mm-hmm.
Trash, please, with golden sauce, Chuck. Thank you.
Everything's just wet.
Okay.
There's your
Sonny
guest
Gray.
picker on Saturday.
College game
We
day.
couldn't decide the guest picker, so now we've gone to most famous St. Louis person of all time.
My action's on Nate Bargatze.
If Mizzou were the host game day, who do you think they'd have as Missouri's
Brad
guest
Pitt,
picker?
Doy.
Would he come back and do
I
that?
don't think he would do it.
Yeah.
I don't think I've never heard him speak about the University of Missouri.
Well, he's talked about it. I think he was on Dax Shepard's podcast.
Oh, I did hear that.
and that was
part
just a
of it.
few months ago.
Yeah, but it wasn't
Yeah,
like
Jennifer Aniston on for 2.5 hours. She never does interviews. That was just this week.
Yeah, but he was like talking about like his college life, not necessarily like Mizzou specific. I haven't heard any thoughts of drink from him. I would love some drink thoughts from.
You'd like Brad Pitt to talk about Eli Drinkwitz.
Sure, I'd love to hear about his thoughts.
Maybe he's not even a fan. Maybe he doesn't even
That's what I'm
watch.
concerned about.
Drink could probably get at the podium. Well, if old Brad Pitt would ever come around
Yeah.
and support the old Tiger, that
Yeah.
sure would be nice. Maybe
Put out
then
the
game
Brad
day.
signal. Put out the Brad signal.
What a take.
Yeah, I want to hear his thoughts.
You want his?
You want Eli Drinkwitz's thoughts on Brad Pitt or Brad Pitt's thoughts on Eli Drinkwitz?
Brad Pitt's thoughts on Eli Drinkwitz. Either drink, focus on the run game. Let's lock in. I don't need his thoughts on Moneyball. Let's just lock in.
Oh, who knew?
You got this
I
super
didn't.
famous guy who went to Mizzou, and I just, he's not caping for our guys.
Well, not everyone's a sports fan.
I know that's the damnedest thing of it all.
Doug.
Okay.
Somebody just texted one of them lemp freaks. is that a real vote? Can I check the full ballot?
That's what we come up with, like the social graphic of one of them lump freaks.
Kevin Kline, the guy who invented Twitter. I'm sorry.
Jack Dorsey.
Yeah.
Patty Maroon. What's Patty Maroon doing?
I had him in studio a few months ago.
I kind of figured he'd be doing some broadcasting.
He was talking about that.
I think he would kill it.
I think he's still living in Tampa. Does that sound right?
It's possible.
Yeah, I saw him there once. Went to visit my son. We took a trip around a little island there where all the huge houses are. Tom Brady's house is right there. And as we're driving by to see Tom Brady's house, a couple doors down, there's Pat Maroon standing in the front yard.
Yeah. He and Gabbard and Brady all lived in a little neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
What are the odds of that? Just
Yeah, of all people to see.
Card games between those three, just hanging out.
And then we went to a restaurant, and there was Randy Rosarena standing around.
Seriously?
Yes.
God, you're just a magnet for
Look at
celebrities.
you. What about that Munchkin guy? Oh, that's Mickey Carroll. That's from Martin Sockless Loafers.
Oh, that's right.
Mickey Carroll, friend of the show, former Girl Next Door judge, too, with Rich
Did he give you
Gould.
little ruby slippers every time you saw him?
Yeah, the little, and he'd always have a glamour shot that he would hand you autographed, whether you wanted it or not.
You didn't ask for it?
No. Next thing I know, I got
Kinda
a Mickey Carroll
awkward.
picture. It is a weird spot. Scott Bakula of Kirkwood, Doug. Then you knew him.
I did,
Pioneer
yeah.
Proud.
Yeah.
Quantum Leap. He was one of the
Major
gay
League.
neighbors in American Beauty.
Major League. Oh, yeah, great film. Jackson is American Beauty, good or bad?
Good.
Ooh, not real good, though, I guess.
No.
Yeah, there was almost a dismissive good.
It's good.
Wes
It's a
Bentley.
classic.
What about Mike Shear, Purdue defensive coordinator?
Probably not. Georgia Frontier was from here, right?
That's right.
Still sticking with John Goodman, the lunatic. All right, I guess we'll just
I'm
continue
sticking with
John
Yogi
Goodman.
Berra.
And Jackson's sticking with Vincent Price.
Yep.
All right, fair enough. You can text yours in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, text inbox. You are also welcome to call in anytime you want, 314-974-0101 on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And, of course, email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. As we mentioned, we spent the afternoon yesterday with Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. A week from today, they are coming to my home to get things taken care of for the winter with the furnace tune-up, which I recommend you get done. And if you go to designairservice.com right now, within 2 minutes, and I would tell you it's 7:27 in St. Louis, time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, that you are going to be in a spot where it will be done within 120 seconds by 7:30. So what a glorious thing. Now you know you have that peace of mind that your furnace is going to work perfectly when time comes that you need it for the cold weather. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, longest-running sponsor on TMA, and Martin, Doug, and I are all clients of Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Eli Drinkwitz on Paul Finebaum's show yesterday. Finebaum asked him point blank about his name being on the short list for coaching hires. Certainly Florida is the one that he is being tied to the most. Drinkwitz with an answer that stunned Paul Finebaum. We'll have that audio for you next here on TMA.
Village Bar. Papers and I have a plan to head up there some Saturday, just watch all the ball and hang out. We have a lot of plans. We haven't gotten to any of them, but this would be fun because we know going to the Village Bar is always a great time. Food's awesome. Best cheeseburger in town. Get the waffle fries. Just sit out with some friends, hang out, watch the game, and when you're there, order something from 1879 Distilling. That's the barn and back. That's where they make these great handcrafted small batch spirits like Red Barn Vodka. 6 different flavors, the premium brand, 1879 rye, 1879 bourbon. It's all part of the rich history in St. Louis, the German distilling that used to take place down by the river in the early 1800s. That tradition continues now just out back at the Village Bar. 1879distilling.com, great website as well. Tells the whole story about quality, taste, and tradition. They've won awards throughout the region. Taste it for yourself. Ask for it by name. 1879 Distilling. 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
Doug, you wanted it. You got it.
Okay.
I really like this song. I didn't know what it was called, but
Is it closer to free?
fine. Closer to fine.
This is the Indigo Girls? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Jackson, how long ago? Well, I mean, it's 7:33 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. We are still, Martin, I don't know if you have the text inbox in front of you. Do you?
I do now.
You see texts are still coming in from 7:26.
That means we're way behind.
No, that means that so many texts are coming in.
I'm just saying it's way
on
behind.
said topic.
Correct.
That it is 7 minutes behind. I mean, holy crap.
I'm wondering if we can include Stan Musial.
No.
Now, I know he grew up in Denora, Pennsylvania, but maybe lived there 18 years before he started playing baseball. Moved to St. Louis when he came up with the Cardinals in the early 40s. Lived here until his death in, I think, 2013. That's more than 70 years as a St. Louisan. You can't count that?
Not from here.
70 years?
If we're not counting Ulysses S. Grant, I don't know if we can count Stan Musial.
Well, then you
across
can't
from
count
Corey
Mir
Hazen, that's where
Martin.
he was.
What's that, Doug?
Then you can't count
No, I
Mir
think you
Martin.
have- but if you
we're
grew-
born
well,
somewhere
But
else.
you guys,
grew
year and a
up.
half is different than your entire childhood and adolescence.
If you move here for your professional life, I think
Yeah,
that's not the same as
I agree
being
with
from
Martin.
St. Louis. Thank you. There's a text that says Tom Brokaw went to Vianney.
I don't think he did.
Oh, the Golden Griffins. That's not him. You're right, Tim. This is insane. And then it's squeezed in between all of that. Are we talking any sports today? We'll have a sports update coming up with the NBA's big night for
what a
Wemby.
night for Wemby. That'll be, I would imagine, the focal point. Blues and Mammoth pregame here on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. The program called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel where friends gathered and talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 170 friends in there this morning talking it over. Subscribe, 6,150 people have, and then you can get all the fun and games throughout the course of the program and talk it over with Bill Reloaded, who's talking to Craig Thompson, who's talking to Lex Luthor, who's talking to Eric Cleveland and John Scores and T. Hawk.
Okay.
So they're all in
Tony
there. You
Hawk.
can talk it over Tony Hawk. That's correct. Eli Drinkwitz on Paul Finebaum's show yesterday. I was walking in with Martin, as I said, and I still haven't even gotten through it yet. The first, how far am I into the College Game Day podcast? Jackson, have you listened to it yet?
Not yet.
It's a good one this week. No Dan Wetzel, no disrespect to him, but he brings the show down when he's on the air.
Okay.
So no disrespect.
But that's no disrespect. Some people got it, some people don't. 13 and a half minutes in, and that's just Pete Thamel and Reese Davis. And all they have talked about so far is Missouri and Vanderbilt. And Martin and I were making the observation that it is kind of the game this week. But would it be the game if Vanderbilt wasn't the story that Vanderbilt is? And I would say probably not.
Mizzou's kind of, unfortunately, in this storyline, kind of the aside. It's all about, wow, Vanderbilt's good at football.
And
How about
we're having
that?
game day there. But they have had game day there going back, I think it was 2008, they were saying on the podcast. So Drinkwitz was on Paul Finebaum's show yesterday, and Finebaum asked him the question about the college opportunities throughout the country right now. Something that I would imagine if Gabe asked on Tuesday, Toughness Tuesday, it probably would not have played as well.
He'd get snapped at.
But here is Paul Finebaum asking the question. Now, this is if you're going to complain about the length of the exchange, blame me. Don't blame the man who spent the evening with sweet, sweet Kai.
Yeah,
Blame me,
Tupai
Kai. Blame me because I'm like, I asked you actually. I said, I don't. It's 2 minutes. And you're like, but the exchange is worth
It's
it.
good. It's really good.
Because he goes into the Paul Finebaum Senate thing, so he kind of shut Finebaum up. Here you go.
This next question, I'm sure, is going to get a predictable response, and I'm not trying to be disruptive here, but I've interviewed a lot of coaches over the years who, when I ask a question like I'm about to ask, they say they're only focused on the game. And by the way, that's probably the right answer. But Coach, your name gets thrown around a lot, and my question is it distracting when you're trying to prepare and everybody's mentioning that you're going here and there?
It's probably no more distracting than trying to decide if you're going to run for United States Senate. You know, I mean, there's a lot of different things out there that you just got to factor in. The reality is, for me, we addressed it as a team. We addressed it as a staff. All that stuff is all fake right now. It's October 20, whatever. Like, the only thing that matters is us playing Vanderbilt. And We have an opportunity in front of us right now that doesn't come very often at the University of Missouri. And I'll be damned if I let distractions or outside noise or people try to influence that through social media, which, by the way, isn't real, okay? There is no candidacy list. I don't care what's on 24/7. There is no people calling. What's really matters for us right now is having the best winning Wednesday practice that we can have to take advantage of the moment in time. This football team, these boosters, these fans, they put a whole lot for us to be focused on the right here, right now. And whether or not you run for Senate, that's up to you.
I tell you what, I'm supposed to be the expert in asking questions, and I'll have to see if I can recover from that. But I have to tell you, as somebody who has heard some great political answers, that was the most atypical political answer I've ever heard. That was actually full of emotion and truth, which is why I think you should consider public office, Coach.
I am, but I've got to get through beating Vandy first, and that's a heck of a task.
Wow. And then your clickbait coming out of that, Drinkwitz wants to run for public office. That's the clickbait.
And that's clickbait or is that engagement farming?
That seems like an aggregator's dream.
Aggregator's dream, a new category.
Yeah.
Well, what Drinkwitz did not say was, there's no truth to any of it. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying at Missouri. I'm staying here. We can stop at the questions because I'm not going anywhere.
But you know he's never going to say, like, why would anyone...
They would say that if they meant it.
But he dismissed the noise and Twitter's not real.
But he's trying to get an extension from Missouri.
Exactly right.
So why would he...
Cash money comes in large amounts. You're a supernova in this game. Look at Mike Norvell. You think he wishes he would have taken Alabama 2 years ago now? Is he about to get whacked in Tallahassee? More money, more money, more money. Was that Damon Wayans and Marlon Wayans? 1992 with Stacey Dash?
I don't know the years.
And then M-O, like apostrophe?
Yeah.
Mo money?
Mo money.
But I think what's interesting is he said we addressed it as a team. That means in front of all the players.
I thought that was the most noteworthy part. Outside of it was winning Wednesday.
Because I think he... So today's Thursday. What is it? Thursday?
Yeah,
Thursday?
What do
we got going on for Mizzou today? We had Toughness Tuesday, Winning Wednesday.
Couldn't that have been he just stood in front of the team and said, I know you're hearing lots of things about me, Lou. I'm not going anywhere. Let's not worry about that and move on.
But I think, okay, the earlier premise that if Gabe asked that question, he gets dunked on.
Correct.
But if Finebaum asks, it's okay. Clearly, Drinkwitz ready for it, had the Senate line ready, back pocket. He knew that he was going to be able to play that at some point. And addressing with the team is probably because he knows those kids are all on social media. So they're seeing stuff. So I think it's wise, actually, to just kind of say, I know you're seeing all this stuff. Trust me, I'm committed to you guys. Missouri, we got to beat Vandy. I think it's interesting, though, that he gave it a little bit of credence, enough to address the players.
Kwame Voyukas IV says, oh, yeah, he's gone. Steven Time says, all of that stuff is fake. And then he said, right now. Sounds like a guy that's not committed to staying. Aliyah is so gone. Aliyah is such a fraud, it'll eventually catch up to him. That's from Steven Time. And he's shorting the market. Do you have a bet with him?
No, just with the Licks.
And you're looking really good.
I'm feeling good.
You need one win.
Just need one more win. And it might be the case where he leaves in the offseason. I can absolutely see that happening. But I get not saying I'm for sure staying in Missouri because he wants to get a contract extension. And I get him saying we're not worried about that right now. He's not. Gabe tweeted out yesterday. I love this tweet from Gabe. He said, Drink's not going to be fielding calls yet. His agent, I have no idea, but we're at least 6 weeks away from anything worthwhile happening. If it ever does, all that BS out there right now is just that. And I think it's a perfect way of explaining it.
I mean, if he loses to Vandy, then loses to A&M, people are like, oh,
right.
This guy.
Right.
And I think even if you're Florida, I would want to see how it plays out the season. You don't know.
No, but he certainly didn't say anything to stop all the speculation about him, if that's what he wants.
I don't know if he wants that. I'm not sure if he wants that.
It's flattering for all of them. It's good for their bank account. I mean, I don't think they act like it bothers them, but it's a great thing.
I saw Marcus Freeman was asked about it in an interview yesterday, and I think that's one person who I would imagine a lot of places would love to be able to hire, but I don't think people really think will leave.
Right.
Maybe, because keep in mind, as crazy as this stuff is, the guy who won the national championship was about to be fired in December. So we're talking 10 months ago, but he's an Ohio State guy. That job, of course, not open. And Marcus Freeman said, if anything, I consider it flattering because that means we're doing well. And that's when Drinkwitz talked about it a couple weeks ago. He said that's a good reflection for the program because that means we're doing well, but it comes at you fast. I was listening to a podcast yesterday, and they said there really are, at this moment, only 3 coaches who would have a high approval rating at their schools at this moment, which is incredible.
Only 3?
Yeah, of the big time schools, for the record. Would you like to guess who they said? I thought, God, I can't recall who it was that was saying this. But it was on the
Signetti's got to be one.
That's the absolute obvious one.
Is Ryan Day now in that
Yes,
category?
and then the person pointed out that, keep in mind, 10 months ago, where he was. I mean,
Marcus,
Charlie Marlowe, I think you were out, and Charlie sat right there. He just was under he's an Ohio guy, an Ohio State fan. That's why I bring it up. And he's like, yeah, he's going to be gone. But then they go and they beat Tennessee and Columbus. They beat the hell out of undefeated Oregon. And then, of course, go on their roll through Texas and Notre Dame to win the national championship.
Kirby Smart should be on the list. If he's not, he should be.
Well, I think Alan Dadeville would tell you some Georgia fans are a little concerned about where they are.
Dan
They
Lanning.
really had a rough go.
Dan Lanning's got some Oregon fans going, how can you lose by... So the other one that he said
Vanderbilt.
was Kalen DeBoer. Kalen DeBoer, a month and a half ago, was going to lose his job.
Or their next loss is going to be like it's going to be hell rain down upon them.
What about Mike Elko? Are they just not a big enough program to even...
I think that probably is why. I think Mike Elko would be one. I would put that in there, but I also realize
It doesn't
he isn't
register.
right. Yeah.
Well, we were saying last night while clearing the deck about Vincent Price, I said, is Marcus Freeman one of the few college coaches that isn't banty? You know how we play all these clips and they're always into it with people and they're always mad? It doesn't seem like he ever pops up on paper.
Well, we were talking about grown-ups who are the coaches, and Marcus Freeman, I think, that's how we got on that conversation. And who would be the biggest grown-up in the SEC?
Clark Lee.
Clark Lee.
Yeah.
And then?
biggest grown.
Now all of a sudden we have a 10-foot downhill
Kalen
left to
DeBoer
right.
doesn't play.
Yeah, Kalen DeBoer's the answer. Yes,
right?
Kalen DeBoer's yes. Kalen DeBoer, and then boy, oh boy,
It's a jungle out there.
I mean, maybe Elko, but I've seen him get a little after it. It would probably be Elko.
I think Who's Your Grandma and your list of who's appeared on the grandma list, I think Beamer's way up there.
Way up there.
I think
He might be
Heupel. Now, Napier, I wasn't going to put on the Banty list until he said he wanted to see what Sally was cooking
Miss
up for
Sally.
dinner.
Doug has a problem with SEC coaches referring to their wives.
So
as
folksy.
Miss.
So terribly folksy.
Well, we'll see what
That's 'cause Saban and Miss Terry.
Southern boy.
Sally's
Terry's
cooking
crazy.
up. Then you got Hugh Freeze.
Bielema's pretty popular at the moment. That's from Illini Greg in Green Bay.
Yeah.
That's true.
I would agree with that.
Well, if
Yeah.
you're a Georgia fan and you're upset with Kirby Smart, you need to sit down and get rid of your computer and don't talk or speak to anyone.
Put it out
What do
on
you
the
want
curb.
from a guy?
I agree with you, Doug.
Guys, Vandy is past Mizzou now. Why would Missouri pay Drake more money? He's never won the big games. That's from the Swing Haven board member.
Because people don't want to restart. That's the problem. You get a new coach. And I guess Missouri, when was the last time? I'm crowdsourcing heavily.
Oh, no.
But the last time a coach left Missouri for a better job, football job, it hasn't happened in my lifetime.
It hasn't happened in my... Would the example be Dan Devine? I don't know.
Dan Devine to Notre Dame?
Yeah.
He went from Missouri to Notre Dame and Notre Dame to Green Bay? Is that what it was?
Yeah, that would be the answer then. Yeah, so it just we don't really know what that's like. So
Yeah.
we've had plenty of coaches fired or retired.
Mike Anderson, Arkansas basketball. Is that a step up in the basketball world?
Lateral and weird.
Frank Haith went to
He
Tulsa.
was Nolan Richardson's right-hand man forever.
Lateral
Yeah,
and
the
weird.
way it happened was weird.
I agree with that.
Suitcase Mike.
What about
Frank
Frank
Haith went to
Haith?
Tulsa. Was that a move
was
up?
cursed from the beginning.
Was that lateral and weird?
That was we sold our soul for one season and we lost Norfolk State.
Sold our soul.
If Missouri were to beat Vanderbilt, Doug, 2.5-point underdogs, it would be Eli Drinkwitz's first win against a top 10 team in the regular season.
Yeah, if you're a top program in the nation, I don't know how you'd sell that to your fan base. Drinkwitz has done a great job at Missouri, but he's never really won anything big.
Yeah, I think
And this is who's going to take us to the top.
I think the knock on him is the beneficiary of a softer SEC schedule.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
without the big win, it's tough to argue against it. But he's had more 10-win seasons than Florida's had since like 17 or 18. You know, the Missouri teams have been better than Florida in that time Drinkwitz has been at Missouri.
But every coach that gets fired, they point out their record against the top 10. And Drinkwitz is or top 25. And Drinkwitz is 7-15.
Well, there's
So
not
it's
that many
amazing.
outstanding coaches out there. Like
Well, I
you
know,
can
but
point
I'm
to a
saying
lot
it
of
is
teams and say
crazy.
that.
I think it's a
Jackson's going to fight you.
I'm thinking about it.
There is a dearth of good candidates. That's the issue.
Right.
And that AP top 25 record that gets coaches fired, he has a similar record.
Someone said there, I think it was the AD of Florida, said only 3 active NCAA coaches have won the national
How
championship.
about that? I saw Scott Strickland say that, and I was thinking to myself, is that right?
Dabo, Kirby, and Ryan Day.
Man,
That's crazy.
Because Saban and his 10 titles retired.
Saban and Harbaugh
Urban Meyer.
Yeah.
are gone.
Gone.
Urban Meyer gone. I got to be there. But Orgeron won the 2019, and
Yeah,
he's
he
just
ain't
running
coaching.
on South Beach.
Running like crazy.
I don't think he's doing much running.
He always shows videos.
He's
of him
jogging?
topless.
Actually
Jogging
jogs?
topless
Where
on
do you
South
see
Beach.
this kind of stuff?
My algorithm
Yeah.
is his neckbeards in the woods complaining about
Yeah.
game day locations and Ed Orgeron running.
You guys
That's all
have,
I got.
You guys have vanilla algorithms if you're not seeing Orgeron topless running on South Beach.
Like every day he runs the beach.
People just see him. There's Coach O. Go Tigers.
Lateral Arkansas basketball? Is Jackson on crack? Hey, Jackson, take a trip down to the place, the Palace, to see Arkansas play, and let me know if it's a lateral move.
that
That's from
Wesleyan?
Dem Hogs.
I stand strong in that take. I think that's a lateral move. I think Arkansas football is a down step, and I think Arkansas basketball is a lateral move.
What about all
There's
those
been-
track championships?
Right. They won in the 90s. Don't get me wrong. Like I just
Scotty
don't-
Thurman?
Yeah, I'm just saying don't get caught up in that. We're talking almost 30 years ago.
Corliss Williamson.
Yeah, of course.
There's been plenty of years when Mizzou basketball is better than Arkansas
A
basketball.
lot, yeah.
But they do get the natty.
They got the net 100%, but that was in the 90s, you know?
Yeah.
What have you done for me lately,
Ancient
Cal?
history.
Yeah. Muscleman taking his shirt off after wins. Like
Well, Drink better watch Rudy to see what happens when you take the bigger job and get poorly dramatized for not letting some 5'0" walk-on play onto special teams. That's from Carlos Spice, who entered. Is that a Dan Devine reference?
It is. Yeah.
I think they killed his dog in Green Bay. Something terrible. Like they hated him so much.
He was the
Notre Dame fans killed Dan
Green
Devine's-
Bay, I believe.
Oh, Green
I
Bay.
think there's a famous story about that.
killed his dog.
Holy crap.
I believe that happened.
That's like that's
Supposedly,
crazy for 2025, much less the 70s.
70s,
I've heard people say the portrayal of him and Rudy was not fair, that
Right.
he didn't do that stuff at all. He didn't say, no, you're not playing.
Bragging about 10-win seasons is peak unawareness. That's from Steven Time.
Huh? Bragging
about 10-win seasons is peak unawareness.
I'm comparing and contrasting the Florida football program to Missouri's over the past 8 years. So win total, I think, would be the first thing you'd point to.
Both
Doofus.
states are dog crap. That's from the salty
Hey.
bald dad from Caseyville.
Football, so much of it depends on your schedule.
Yeah.
Mizzou's, I think their legitimate record this year is 3-1. They have wins over Kansas, South Carolina, Auburn, lost to Alabama. Can you count UMass, Louisiana, Central Arkansas? Those are gimmies.
But everyone plays gimmies.
Does Florida play as many?
Yeah.
I'd have to see their schedule.
AI overview. No, a Green Bay Packer fan did not kill Dan Devine's dog. A neighbor shot and killed his dog, which is the same, right? Thank you, AI. After it repeatedly strayed onto his property, despite warnings. While Devine initially blamed an angry fan, he later admitted his neighbor shot the dog accidentally while trying to scare it away from his chickens. So a neighbor did shoot his dog, but it was not a disgruntled fan.
Florida only has one gimme this year, Long Island. Every other game is against
Yeah, but
a
you schedule
legitimate
South
opponent.
Florida. They're not always going like this. Says the offshoot South Florida year.
Well, they
Like when you
lost to
schedule
South
UMass,
Florida.
you don't know that they're
That's right. Sometimes they're really building something
So you
in
kind of got
Amherst.
burned by the Minutemen being down this year.
Yeah.
It's their fault.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. they usually cook up some special option plays, you know.
I think Doug's right. The bigger programs tend to play at least one big non-conference.
Well,
They do.
this year-
so
this year
Missouri
their
played
schedule is
Missouri
much
played
harder than
a Big
Missouri.
12 team, you know.
But Kansas is not a big-time program.
Okay, but then you could say that about USF on any other off year. It's just when do you get them? They make these schedules so far in advance. You don't know. You don't know, Martin. You say you know, but you don't know.
Hey.
Ohio State's playing Texas. Clemson and LSU are playing, and Mizzou's got
Yeah, I know,
UMass.
but they're like who's playing the Citadel? Ole Miss. Ole Miss plays the Citadel in November.
But if it all works and you roll through the SEC,
rolls right past that point.
It's a military academy, and I'm not going to sit here and listen to you.
you're a true son.
He is a true son.
You live there. Do you live at Old Hawthorne?
Never played
and
it.
Commute.
Never played. I worked at the Columbia Country
I
Club.
like it so much I work there. That's Jackson's
I bartend there.
Jackson's claim to fame.
Jackson, you're just wrong. Don't get mad at the listeners because you can't get a take right. That's from producer Joe's Ass Scab.
I refuse to accept that point until you point out what I said that's wrong.
Producer Joe's Ask Scab, call in 314-974-0101, and you can talk it over with Jackson. Not a lot of people know this, but Dan Devine's neighbors soon became head of the Department of Homeland Security under Nixon. That's from Arbor Day. Is that true?
His neighbor?
Wow. I'm gonna have to.
How would we know that?
Arbor Day. I mean, Arbor Day is a 2-time Texter of the year. Instant credibility.
The story is so legendary, though, that the Packers team website wrote about it in 2014.
Wow. I had never heard that. Missouri's been a product of their paper soft schedule for years. That's from Dem Hogs. And yes, playing Arkansas during the past down years helps. That's from Dem Hogs, saying that Missouri's success is a product of a super soft schedule.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Oh, wow.
I'm not. Well, because they don't have the big win. Like, I still can. I know Tennessee you could point to because of the way they won it, but I still think Kansas State wins the biggest win of the drink era, and that's not good enough for an SEC coach. You have to have a real big-time SEC win to be considered a top dog, and Missouri doesn't have that yet. And I think it's because of the softer schedule. I'm not denying that.
Isn't it crazy that if you beat Vanderbilt, 10th ranked Vanderbilt, I guarantee some people say, yeah, but it's still only Vandy.
Which is the same thing with when they beat Kansas, which I think would be their biggest win.
In 2007, you're talking about.
Yes, in the 2000s. Others would point to Oklahoma when they were number 1 in 2010. But then say, oh, then Oklahoma fell off after that. But 2007, it was against Kansas. And if Eli Drinkwitz does get a top 10 win this Saturday, it will be against Vanderbilt. You are right. That is what will be said. That's why I think, and Gabe DeArmond disagrees with this because he just want other SEC schools to get losses. The ones who have less than you at this point, LSU has more than you. I think it'd be good if A&M is ranked number 3, which is the most likely scenario when they come to Columbia in a couple of weeks. So I'm kind of pulling for them against LSU on Saturday night. Jackson, I am crowdsourcing here. Do you know the number on LSU and A&M? Doug, Death Valley on a Saturday night. Amazing how LSU gets these night games.
LSU and Texas A&M.
What do you think it is? What do you think it is? I'll say, God, I'm going to say LSU minus 2.5.
LSU minus 2.5?
Yeah.
I'll say A&M minus 2.5. What I'm doing, Tim, is I'm finding out that number for you as we speak.
Yeah, Doug, that's what we call it.
It's process journalism.
No, you just got to make sure you get it right.
Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Look, it's a beautiful day in St. Louis. Why don't you enjoy yourself a libation? Michelob Ultra, wash it down real nice like. Sponsor of the YouTube chat here on the Morning After, 101 ESPN.
We had a consultant years ago, maybe 20 years ago at Channel 4, saying the new way to write is process journalism. Tell people what you did to get the story. Like, such as, so I picked up the phone and called them, and I spoke to so-and-so, and then I typed my story. I said, you got to be kidding me.
2.5. Texas A&M minus 2.5.
Texas A&M minus 2.5. Okay. I can't believe I didn't have that on the FanDuel spread zone.
You like A&M?
I wouldn't say I love it, but I loved Vanderbilt last week.
Yeah, I rode that hard.
I do not love LSU, but if you said you got to bet it, I'm taking LSU.
Yep, 6:30 kickoff. Over under that game is 47.5. Yeah, 47.5. I love A&M in that game.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Would you like to have a conversation?
I think LSU is reeling. I think some of those guys are looking around saying, boy, I'd look good in some other uniforms. Pretty done playing for Brian Kelly.
I don't want to bet LSU, though, because I don't want to be cheering for LSU.
Yeah, right.
I want A&M to win.
Agreed. I think A&M will roll them. I've been waiting to really buy into A&M this year, and I think this is the game where I'll be convinced.
All right. Jackson's on A&M, Doug. Okay. Are we doing our SEC picks tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. Decent slate, I would say. Not great. The Auburn-Arkansas game is actually really interesting to me, and I look forward to watching that. See if Hugh Freeze can save his ass.
You going to watch Tupai Kai?
No, I can't Tupai Kai is busy on Saturday. Very disappointed.
Wow. It's like he got married and all grown up and stuff.
Yeah, he's got a wedding.
For the rest
he's got a
of
wedding
us.
to go to.
And you didn't get invited.
I didn't, which is a shame. I'm a great wedding guest.
Why?
Cordial. Love talking to grandparents.
Do you?
Yeah. I bring my gift in an envelope, with a card. Very kind of me. I don't overdrink, but I certainly like to get loose. And better dancer than I appear.
Tinder profile.
Yeah, better dancer than I appear.
You one of the first ones on the dance floor to get the party rolling?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Good dinner, good circular table, like dinner guest, even with strangers.
Circular table. You're a good
well, I can keep the conversation rolling. Keep the vibes up.
Yeah.
Are you putting it out there right now? This is like an application.
I'm just saying, I'm a great wedding guest.
Okay. Anybody need a wedding guest?
Someone needs to go out for some air. I'll join you. Have a little convo.
No kidding.
So some guy named Bill is going to call and say,
Yeah.
Jackie, will you go with me to this big
Did
wedding?
you go with Bill?
Some guy, Bill.
Yeah.
Open bar.
Maybe you should market yourself as a date for women to go to weddings if they don't have a date.
That's the move. That's
They
the
can
move.
get in touch with you and you'll be their date.
Just
That's the move.
not in the fall. Spring and summer, I'll do
What's wrong
that.
with the fall?
We got ball to watch.
Well, then maybe you're not that great a wedding guest.
No, that's not true. That it's just not in the fall. I'll do that in the spring and summer.
In June, you could stay busy every weekend. You would
Yeah,
escort
June,
some lady to the wedding who doesn't have a date.
Love to.
You're like the McRib. You're only available certain times of the year.
I am like the McRib. Saucy and fun.
Getting a wedding invite is the equivalent of me lighting $100 on fire. That's from Hunchback of Von Castle.
Yeah, it is. It does add up.
It's a Bobby P special this weekend. Jackson was in 3rd grade the last time we saw a good one. He puts the nail in Hugh Freeze's coffin.
I don't
That's
hate
from
that.
Al in Dadeville, who loves the Georgia Bulldogs.
Arkansas minus 1.5 at home. 11:45 a.m. kick. Yeah, I could see that. I could see Arkansas putting up like 40.
Guys, is this guy date farming right now? That's from Ryan Day's Nipple Rings.
Be kind of a fun way to spend every Saturday night in the month of June.
Yeah. I think that'd be great.
Cordial.
Yeah.
Don't drink. Don't overdrink, but you get loose.
Yeah.
Good
Early on the
dancer.
dance floor.
Good with a circular table.
Yeah, keep the conversation rolling,
Doug, Jackie boy, already you got 4 weddings on the docket that you can go to with my wife if you want next year. 2026, the year of Jackie. That's from Stephen Wildwood. There's 4 dates that Stephen Wildwood's. You can go with Stephen Wildwood's wife.
What would you
sounds great.
charge?
Is that a cucksitch?
I think so. What would you charge?
Just a free ride. Like I'm not going to pay for any like gifts or anything.
Yeah.
But I'll, just be there,
Okay.
Free
Be
night
there
of
for
food
you.
and drink and fun.
Well, you're not going to make any money if you don't charge a little bit.
Well, this is more altruistic than you think, Doug.
Okay. It's more of a calling than anything else?
Yeah, it's just what I was meant to do.
All right.
Libby Jack's conversation starter at the table is so. Did any of you see Angel Reese the other night? It's from Eric in the Central West.
Depending on the table, that could be a great way to get the ball rolling.
What a wedding that would be. Your thoughts on Angel Reese? 314
No, thank you. Save those. Keep those in your pocket.
You can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, a Banty, Jackie Papers, who is proving that he is a true son here today on the program. Right. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Spurs opened up the NBA season last night with a 125-92 win over the Dallas Mavericks. Victor Wembanyama, 40 points, 15 rebounds, and 3 blocks for the Frenchman. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Indigo Girls again?
Jaquan.
No.
Another famous St. Louisan.
Okay.
He's on the list?
This song would be of like Mount Rushmore.
Who's bigger, Jaquan or Chingy?
That's a better question for Tim, I would say. That's
Who's Tim?
Local broadcast hero.
Where's Tim? Coaching update, by the way. A couple people did text this in about Pat Maroon. I said he's still living in Tampa, which I think is true. But he is coaching the assistant coach of the Muskegon Lumberjacks of the United States Hockey League,
that
the
Wisconsin?
USHL. That's in Michigan, I believe. And somebody said his son's on the team. I don't know if that's true or not, but they said he's helping coach where his son's playing.
Oh, that would make sense.
Pat Maroon, assistant coach for the Muskegon Lumberjacks.
His son would be what? Because he was he was pretty young and when they won the cup, so he'd probably be 14, 15, 16 by now.
It's older, yeah.
6 years ago
18.
they won it?
Yeah.
I'd say he's 18, 19
Yeah,
maybe.
okay.
So it could be a fit. It would. I don't think he's. I'm going to go ahead and push my chips in and say that makes sense because otherwise I don't think he's taking a job as the assistant coach of the Muskegon, whatever they were, Mudjacks. Other Coach's Corner, Jackson, if this is Coach's Corner, the Dan Devine story about his dog that was killed by his neighbor is even weirder. He lived on farmland. And the neighbor had 14 kids and needed the chickens to lay eggs to feed the family. But Dan Devine's dog kept coming over and messing with the chickens. And therefore, the neighbor shot the dog trying to scare him away.
So the kids had to eat eggs for every meal?
I guess. Good protein.
That would get
Funny to
old.
see a fat kid with his belly jiggling. That's just funny.
Charlie Marlowe AI.
Yeah.
How much time did I miss? I have a feeling I missed like 3 minutes.
About 2.
You know what I was doing? Anybody want to guess what I was doing?
I assume having a conversation with somebody.
Nice, tight read.
Okay.
somebody
who
in the
with
news?
is a good question.
Yes.
I
Rennie
know.
Knott.
Rennie Knott.
Oh, okay.
Rennie Knott. He's either about to be on the Riz show or he just was on the Riz show. But when, excuse me, when Riz and I and Stalter were shooting the FanDuel spread zone following TMA yesterday, Riz was telling me that Rennie was going to be on the program. And I was in the break room, and Rennie was out there talking to Rafe from 105.7 The Points, morning show, the Riz show. Wonderful people across the board on that presentation. And he's either about to go in there or he is already been on there. But yeah, we were BSing. I hadn't seen Rennie. Rennie worked with us. He did a show with Charlie Marlowe AI, when we started CBS Sports 920 in 2013. And really good guy, obviously in the news, and something people have been texting into our program, asking about. It's one of those spots that I know people are talking about it. I suppose it's obvious, but we have no idea what the circumstances are. To Rennie's credit, he's defending himself. I'll say this, usually in these kinds of situations, it's just understood. And if it's not understood, it's actually an illegal document. You can't talk. Both the corporation and the talent. That's just kind of understood. But in Rennie's case, he's talking. And I said, man, I'll tell you what. If I were in your spot, based on what you're saying, I'd be lawyering up all day. I mean, God, that would have been the first effing call. So he's either going to be on the Riz show or has been on the Riz show, and will be. So I would recommend podcasting the Riz show.
Don't turn our show off.
Yeah.
Wait until we're done, and then
all
you
still
go
goes
and
into the
podcast.
same coffers. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
We'll be fine.
All right.
Yeah. So that's what I was doing.
Okay.
So I apologize. Weird.
I assume that, but then I didn't want to guess.
Did you see him?
I did not see him.
Yeah.
I was here hosting the show because Tim was in the hallway. We were doing a bonus coach's corner, not on the dossier.
Do you see this nasty NBA story that's breaking now?
Chauncey Billups.
What do we got going on here?
Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups and Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier arrested today as part of investigations related to illegal gambling. Rozier arrested this morning in Orlando, where his team played last night. He didn't play because of a coach's decision. Billups arrested in Oregon as part of a separate but related illegal gambling case linked to illegal poker operation tied to the mafia.
What the hell?
What?
Crazy. He went into the Basketball Hall of Fame in 2020 last year. Chauncey Billups did. And
Beloved Piston. They absolutely love him.
Cash Patel holding a news conference this afternoon to talk about it again.
Bizarre.
It's crazy.
It's crazy that you could. I'm sure he made millions of dollars playing in the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
And you're going to do something like that still?
It's nuts.
Although we don't know. Allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, he has been arrested. It's him and Terry Rozier.
Yeah.
So he was running a poker game with the mob? Is that what they?
Yeah, this I believe what I've read, it had nothing to do with like games he was coaching. He wasn't gambling on games he was coaching, but to Doug's point, like some sort of poker ring that was going on.
Who would play on the flight? Was it Gilbert Arenas? They would have famous stories on their flights.
Oh, yeah.
Playing card games.
Oh, guys.
That's a big NBA thing, playing
Huge.
cards, especially on the plane.
Yeah.
As random as the story sounds, I think there's like a, I don't know, like it would be a card culture.
Oh, yeah.
They love playing cards.
Absolutely.
Sorry, that was a poorly...
Card culture?
Yeah, I couldn't think of the word culture.
Yeah, you got a couple hours up in the air. You got some money. Might as well get a little dopamine hit. Hey, what a treat this is without the great Michael Wellington, good friend of Tony Vitello, fill-in host here on this presentation, beloved by many TMA listeners, and I believe he's caddying this weekend, PGA Tour champions, Doug Scott Perrell. Michael Wellington is called into the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Michael.
Good morning, gentlemen. How is everybody?
We are wonderful. Where are you, and are you looping this weekend?
I am looping. Timmy, I'm in your old stomping grounds here in the lovely Little Rock, Arkansas.
Doug, 8 glorious months in Little Rock. And Jackson upset Arkansans earlier when he said Missouri to Arkansas was a lateral move for Mike Anderson when he left Columbia.
That's probably true.
Hell yeah, Mike. Go low this weekend, baby.
I mean, that defense was going to play that way no matter where they were.
How about that?
Great take.
Yeah, Jackson's on board.
Yeah.
We were texting yesterday about Tony Vitello taking the Giants job. They're really actually supportive of that move in Tennessee because I think they probably consider it. Number one, I think they loved him there, as you know. But also, it's a big feather in their cap that program that was kind of languishing before he got there sends a guy to the major leagues and makes some history. I would imagine you've been communicating with your good friend who you went to high school with and is now the San Francisco Giants manager, making some history.
Yeah, it's really neat. I mean, I think anybody that has a friend that can make it to the big leagues, obviously I think you always think of it as a player if you're in baseball, but his record speaks for itself. We do talk quite often, and I had the chance to stay with him on Sunday night. We had a tournament in Richmond, Virginia, and I had to drive all the way to Arkansas. So I stopped in Knoxville on Sunday night, and I kind of got some of the details. Really happy for him, really happy for his dad. Obviously, everybody, listening probably knows that his dad, won over 700 soccer games at the SMED and was in the National Soccer Hall of Fame and, had success in baseball. And the coolest thing for people that don't know, Greg, his dad, did that at the SMED at the high school level, and then Tony basically did it at the college level. And, to me, they're like family, and it's really neat to see this happen. I mean, I'll tell you guys the progression of events. I was with you guys in the studio when the news first broke, and I didn't take it seriously. The White Sox had come to him at the end of 24 and wanted him to come there. And, he declined that offer. And then, when we found out, I heard about the Giants stuff, I just didn't take it real serious just because what he built in Knoxville and the success that they had. I kind of envisioned, one of his idols was Nick Saban. And I just kind of envisioned him staying in Knoxville and trying to win as many national championships as he could in a Saban type format or way. But So when I found out in the studio with you guys, I had to leave later that day to drive to Jacksonville, Florida, and I got a couple of texts from people sending me the same information about him maybe going to the Giants, and I never took it seriously, and and Tony and I text all the time. I mean, I didn't even text him when I found out about that because I just never thought it would happen. And about a week later, I was in North Carolina for our next tournament, and Tony and I were texting about something stupid like a movie quote or a Pearl Jam song or something like that. And he said, you've been real quiet with all this madness. And I literally didn't know what he was talking about. I said, what madness are you referring to? And he said, this Giants madness. And I don't mean the New York Giants. I mean the San Francisco Giants. And I said, well, I never took it, to be a serious thought. And he said, well, they have been talking to me. And, we kind of went back and forth. And not a lot was exchanged that day. And then he actually called me the next day. And we had a conversation. And, he was still very happy at Tennessee. I think the only thing that had become a little bit cumbersome, and I think everybody understands now, is NIL. It just, whether it was getting enough money to get the kind of players he wanted or having to ask for more money to get different players that they, needed more money to get a shot at. So he mentioned that, and he that particular week, which was 2 weeks ago, he was getting ready to talk to the Giants owner. He was getting ready to have a conversation with Dusty Baker, who's, I guess, a consultant for the Giants. And then, I didn't talk to him really until Sunday night, and I got to his place on Sunday night, and we were just kind of sitting around watching the ALCS. And I said, well, what's the story? I said, well, what's the latest? He said, well, we're to the point where the only thing that I'm really concerned about is, I'm not really worried about the money at all. The money's going to be comparable, but I'm just interested in seeing if they'll give me the amount of years that I want. And I said, okay, cool. And then the one question I asked him, I said, do you feel like this is do you need a new challenge? Because if you think about his record in Knoxville, I think it took him 3 or 4 years to get to Omaha. It took him 7 years to win the national championship. And it's weird because, he's one of my very best friends, but he really is, by the numbers, I think maybe the highest winning percentage college baseball coach in history. If not first, he's second. And these guys like him, your Krzyzewskis, your Sabins, these juggernaut coaches, sometimes I think they need a new challenge, and I think that's a big part of what this is. And I think another thing is if you know Tennessee baseball and the Giants, his first big recruit that he got at Tennessee is a kid named Drew Gilbert, and Drew Gilbert now plays right field for the Giants. And Drew Gilbert on the field plays a lot like Lenny Dykstra. Off the field, he does not. But I think that may have had a part in it. And the other thing Tony mentioned is he really likes Buster Posey, who's the general manager. And I think, one thing about the Vitellos, man, they win. And that's why they're there, is to win. And I think when Tony realized that Buster Posey was going to help him get whatever he wanted to put the pieces in place, I think that was probably the final nail in the coffin.
I suppose no matter how good you've got a college program going, if the major leagues call, whether it's Major League Baseball or NFL football or whatever, you almost have to go, right? Everybody wants to be at the highest level.
I think so, right? I mean, when you're a kid and you're playing in the yard, you're playing catch with your dad, I mean, whether it's being a kid from St. Louis wanting to play for the Cardinals, being a kid from New York wanting to play for the Yankees, I mean, how do you I saw this on Twitter there the other day. How do you say no to the show? How do you do that? Hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would think.
And you'll be strategy assistant, coordinating assistant, strategy consultant?
Going to the Bay?
I have nothing. I have no knowledge of baseball except how to watch it. And
well, the game's changed. You don't have to. Just have to have a laptop.
Fair point. I am excited to, I've had trouble rooting for my team the last few years because they really haven't made an effort to get better, and clearly the Giants have made a big step right now to get better.
Oh, no.
Michael Hellman takes another shot.
Could you coach first base, maybe?
Just clap a lot?
No. I mean, come on, Doug. Let's be serious.
Get back.
Doug, be serious.
Watch his move.
And I know it's spilled milk, and I'm sorry, but to be 100% clear, he did want the Mizzou job at that one point, correct?
Of course he did. I mean, I think.
Sorry, jeez. I don't yell at me. Jeez.
Well, I mean, I think that's what anybody that knows him, whether you went to DeSmet with him or whether you went to Mizzou with him, I mean, he bled black and gold. I mean, he was a guy at that Kansas game you guys were mentioning earlier. I remember, I think I wasn't there, but there was a story about him leading chants standing on a hood of a car, getting the crowd ready before the game. I mean, that guy, when he's on your team, he's the best teammate you'll ever have. And I think he was disappointed that, they didn't hire him there. And I think it's pretty clear he put that chip on his shoulder, and then he just took off after that.
Yeah, understood. Michael Wellington caddying. And what is the event this weekend? Doug, is Pleasant Valley? Is that what the course?
That's right. It's the Simmons Bank Championship. Top 54 players this week. A really cool venue down here in Little Rock. Obviously, pretty much the only show in town this week. But really, these people really take care of us. Probably the best hospitality on the tour, and it should be fun.
God bless. Best of luck to you and Scott Perrell. That's who Michael's caddying for, Doug.
Well, sounds like a good time, but I think you can handle first base.
I mean, I could put in a request. I think that I'm going to take a guess. I don't know this for sure. I'm going to guess Bill Miller may end up on his staff.
I was going to say
it's all D-Smet all the time.
Billy Miller, when he was with the Cardinals coaching, didn't he live with the Vitellos?
Bob Kemple was another DeSmet guy who made it a long way.
Sure. Martin, I don't know if he lived with him, but I know he and Greg are very close, and I think I wouldn't be shocked if a lot of Tony's assistants are, experienced veterans from Major League Baseball. And I think Bill Miller, to me, and I haven't talked to Tony one bit about this, I think he'd be a natural choice just because of his experience in the majors, and obviously a guy that was very clutch for the Red Sox when they came back to beat the Yankees.
Yeah, he was part of that 2014. Beat up on the Cardinals, Doug. Yeah, rough. Wellington, always good to talk it over with you, brother. Thanks for calling in, giving us some Tony Vitello insight.
Hey, thanks, boys. One real quick one. Jackson, are we on for $20 in the Mizzou Vanderbilt game?
Yep. Book it.
What's the wager here, boys?
Money line, straight up.
Straight up.
Yeah, no spread.
You're not taking the 2.5, Jackson.
Don't want it.
Wow.
And Willie's on the Commodores?
Yeah, he can take the doors.
Yeah, I feel like that game has been circled on Vanderbilt's calendar since they kind of gave it away last year in Columbia. But we'll find out.
They did.
Well, we'll see. Circles don't mean W's.
Okay. Think about that.
Think about that.
That's a winning Wednesday comment right there.
Thank you, Michael.
You're the man, Welly.
Have a good weekend, boys. Thanks.
You too.
All right, we'll see
Michael
you.
Wellington. Doug is out there looping.
Mm-hmm.
You like that term?
Tuesday.
Toughness Tuesday. Winning Wednesday.
What's Thursday?
Was Monday? Do you know what Monday was? Mindset Monday.
Yeah, I think I knew that. Mindset
Tuesday.
Monday.
Winning Wednesday. What is Thursday?
It's not. It can't be Thursday.
Thad Mata Thursday.
Bad Mata Thursday.
Thursday would be over like at Harpo's at 2 p.m.
You guys like the name Thad?
Thaddeus.
Thaddeus, right? But Thad
it.
for short. It just sounds like it's one of those names that sounds like a sound.
Yeah.
Sounds like a sound. Thad.
I fell off the wall and made a big Thad.
Thad's brother Thud. What kid at Mizzou? We could probably find out.
Do you think there is like a Thoughtful Thursday or something?
Well, how do you? How do you have one Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Yeah, it'd be weird to just stop it then.
Well, then what would Friday be?
French Fry Friday.
Ooh, in.
That'd be great.
What if that was?
Be concerned
and
about
the
their energy
O-lineman-
levels on Saturday if
O-lineman
they're
got
just
to go out.
hammering fries all the Friday.
Fresh Fridays. Let's be fresh and ready.
Like that.
It's almost game day.
Freedom Friday, maybe just like do whatever you want.
Sounds political.
It does.
Thursday. I'm stuck on Thursday. Okay. He's the kind of text Howard Richards like, I don't know. I really don't ask.
Text Mike Kelly.
I don't think Mike would appreciate it either.
You can give your theories. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You want to call in like Michael Wellington did, 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. And, of course, email in for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, can you tell us about Design Air?
Design Air, that's Seth Goldcamp's good people. We were having a fun conversation about the entire industry. The early days when folks had heat via steam and just how it all started for the family. It's a great history lesson if you talk about Seth Goldcamp's family, because we're going back more than a century now with this line of work. Design Air Service.com is where you go to book your appointment. We've all got them coming out to our homes, making sure we're all set for the winter. It is a family-run operation. He's South City. How about that? I didn't know that either.
Yeah, Southside Dirty.
Not giving out people's addresses here on the show, but I love the fact he's a meat and potatoes guy as well. Mm-hmm. And the bottom line is the the handsome repairman. I think, is it Steve or Larry, though, Doug? That's
They're
not
both very attractive.
Larry is the silver fox.
Okay.
Steve is dashing and highly regarded.
And unfortunately, one of them now is doing deliveries but not repairs. Doug.
Right.
So I just truth in advertising. The bottom line is, for all your heating and cooling needs year-round, there's really only one choice, and that's Design Air. Great company, great people. You know that. We've been talking about it for a long time. They continue to sponsor Email of the Day. They have been the longest-running sponsor on this show. It's designairservice.com to set up your appointment.
Gave it away. Blake Craig missed 3 field goals versus Vanderbilt last year. That's from Ricky Clemens, ATV dealer.
Oh, I remember how disappointed I was leaving that stadium to think, man, it took us this much to beat Vanderbilt.
Yeah, little did we know they were going to go beat Roll Tide the next week. Jalen Milroe didn't know what hit him. But it was indicative that Missouri wasn't great
Yeah.
last year. So anybody want to apologize to Ricky Clemens, ATV dealer?
I'm good. Personally.
Jackson's fine. You can talk it over with other TMA listeners. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 255 friends are in there, including Libby Jackie DiCaprio, who has a Vanderbilt avatar.
Nice.
Bill Reloaded, the Nipper School Monitor. St. Louis Shane 12, who says Wellington sucks. All he does is crap on Mizzou for his boyfriend.
He says St. Louis Shane or Shame?
St. Louis Shane 12.
Shane, okay. St. Louis Shame is a funny name. Like, what if that was the new football team?
The St. Louis Shame.
Probably not what we need for our image.
Who do you guys have this week? We have the Shame.
Is Wellington going out with Vitello? I didn't know.
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge.
Seems like that'll be a story.
There's a weird thing on the show where if you're friends with another guy, it's just assumed that you're dating him. And I just don't know if it's fair. I don't know if it's fair.
Probably not fair. We talked, that was part of clearing the deck yesterday in our meeting with Seth Goldkamp. We said Papers goes to Obie Clark's with his buddies
On a Tuesday night.
And everybody's like a weirdo.
Yeah.
I'm like, what else? 27-year-old guy just hanging with his buddies is what you should be doing.
No, not good enough. Just not good enough.
But the text line is
You need to be around
undefeated.
4 single women simultaneously.
2 on each arm.
Yeah, wherever you go. Just be Hugh Hefner.
Beard. Weirdo.
Beard. I love that
A
term.
not so thoughtful Thursday.
It is TMA 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website to head to for your next vehicle. Doesn't matter what the situation is, what your circumstances are. You're going to get a new car, and you'll get the best rate possible with little to no money down. This is what they do at Auto Loan Pro. They don't make it that large purchase. Gets complicated, especially if you've had a hiccup. Doesn't matter. Auto Loan Pro is going to get you back on track. And part of that plan includes learning a little bit about the credit industry. That's why they put together that free playbook for you. Go online. Download the playbook. It's right there on the website, AutoLoanPro.com, educating you on how it all works and getting the car of your choice in the future. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family, and they know anyone could sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. It's a great website. So if you're looking for a car, doesn't matter what the situation is, they'll get you into it with the best rates possible. AutoLoanPro.com.
Doug, you like this?
It's not really my style, no.
Why do you hate St. Louis?
Well, I don't hate St. Louis.
Well, Tim, we played Tipsy by Jaquan the last...
Friend of the show.
Yeah.
Regular guest on the program. Was that in 2010?
I don't know the years, Tim.
And Martin asked the question, who would be bigger, Jaquan or Chingy?
Well, I mean, did Shabuzi put Jaquan back on the map?
Yeah, I think well, a lot of people have remixed Tipsy over the years, and I think that is the answer. I said I default to you on that one because I think you would know better than I would on that
I think that's a good rule for life, though. My mother-in-law was listening to the program, by the way, and she said the following: "Thank you and Doug, Martin, and Jackson for the round of applause after the announcement of our anniversary on the show. Very special to us. How about that?"
Well, it's a thoughtful Thursday.
It is a thoughtful Thursday. And with regard to Chingy, many of my McClure North students were able to rap with ease and talent. I helped one of my students write a plan to start his own business as a rapper in the 70s. So many memories. There you go. Happy anniversary to my in-laws.
That's impressive. That's crazy.
How about that?
Chairman Kurt has an update for us on Mizzou's verbiage during the week for Thursday and Friday. We know we have Mindset Monday, Toughness Tuesday,
Winning Wednesday.
Wednesday, and now, Kurt?
Well, following Winning Wednesday, which of course is the final intense practice day, you've got Cleanup Thursday with a lighter practice.
But that doesn't have alliteration.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Throw away Thursday.
And then tomorrow, Doug, they're going to do Fast Friday, which is the final walkthrough and mental preparation before game day.
Okay. Fast Friday.
Fast Friday.
Thursday doesn't get a T.
Yeah, we got to
Throw
work
away Thursday. You're throwing away all the bad.
There you go. Trash heap Thursday.
I like that. Still need alliteration, though, Martin.
It's a tough one, though. The TH makes it kind of tough.
Even if you're a dude, how could you not want to date Tony Vitello? He is hot AF. That's from
Okay.
Eric in the Central West End.
Stop
Doug, you
it.
played Native American ball with his father.
Yeah, and we never talked about dating other men. We were playing Indian ball.
You sure? You guys never
I'm
brought
sure.
up?
I'm really sure about that. Positive.
It's a real problematic sentence.
Final
you just
answer.
spat there.
Especially for a show that doesn't kink shame.
It's special.
Well, I do.
Look at Tim's... Oh, I didn't know what MIL stood for. Mother-in-law out in front of the hip-hop revolution. Yeah, she taught Chingy. McClure North, Doug. McClure North.
Okay.
Where did Jaquan go to school?
Jaquan. Good question, Tim. Just another.
Is Jaquan a second question concern?
Big time.
Oh, for a surprise guest?
What about Chingy?
As somebody who interviewed him, I think...
First question problem? It doesn't say on his Wikipedia.
I'm seeing Uniondale High School in Long Island.
New York. That's where the Nassau County Coliseum might have
How
been.
about that? Beware the aisle.
So he didn't go to high school in St. Louis, but is certainly from here. Well,
I don't know if you can be.
Yeah.
Big difference between dating a guy and sleeping with a guy, Ho-Chi Papers. Ask Doug and or Sweet Sweet Kai. That's
me.
Morrison with Wacko. Is that a limerick?
Why is that directed to me?
I don't know. I just read what's in the prompt.
I got Nick, too.
What's a limerick?
It's got a little iambic pentameter.
Yeah.
Okay.
There once was a girl from Nantucket.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
It says
and then
it's
you
a
can't say the next
No.
one
Dad lived,
because then there's an
Dad
FCC.
lived in a bucket, okay? Clean it up, Dad.
5-line poem with a
Explain that to my
specific AABBA rhyme scheme and a bouncy antiseptic rhythm. Okay.
Bouncy.
Yeah, I kind of think like Biz Marquis, just a friend. Would that be
Okay.
a limerick?
Now I see what
And
you're
he
saying.
tried to sing with a bad voice, or he had a bad voice?
Oh, I think he had a wonderful singing voice.
Just a friend.
That's kind of
Do a
Muppet-esque over there.
Mahomes impression.
I'm here.
All right, the Blues and Mammoth are playing tonight.
Yes.
Jackson, I know you wanted to preview it. Jim Montgomery was on the fast lane yesterday, and he's talking about the slow start. Here's what Monty had to say to the boys on the fast lane.
How do you generate a faster start? Like, where does that come from?
Well, it comes from having consistent habits and understanding what we're going to do in every situation, in every zone, with and without the puck. And early in the season, it's common that teams aren't fluid like they will be, 25 games in, and especially at post-Christmas time. But at still point, right now, we got to demand from each other that we try and get there as quick as possible, because that's what the best teams in the league do.
Off the post, and then a little battle for the puck in front of the net.
Yeah, sounds like it. Little scurrying skates.
Our photographer, Mike Border, was there yesterday shooting the morning practice, and he said, Coach is still pissed. I was like, wow. So he's
I am
staying in on that. I think there's...
intrigued to see tonight's festivities,
Yeah,
Martin.
see the result there.
And another thing that has Blues fans a little banty, as Mayu enjoyed the press box again. On Tuesday, Zach Bolduc got his 4th goal of the season for L'Habitant in the overtime win against the Calgary Flames, off to a 1-6-1 start, whereas L'Habitant is off to a 6-2 start, and they're buzzing in Canada about the great St. Louis heist.
Okay. I've always thought that it's harder to find guys who score a lot of goals than guys to prevent goals. I know that's not the way they think in the NHL, but to me, the big goal scorers are harder to come by than anything else. And if you've got one who's potentially a big goal scorer, you better hang on to him.
And that's why, despite some of his flaws, Kyrou is valued, of course. And there's things that he does or doesn't do that upset people. And it's like he's a big-time scorer, and you can't find those guys.
Well, speaking of upsetting people, Martin, Harrison's brother Master, just texted in, Kyrou and Buchnevich suck.
Oh.
Had that ready since, 8:30 Tuesday night. By the way, Clayton Keller will score a goal tonight, just so you know.
I know. I mean, I got to prop bet it. I don't want to prop bet it, but I have a fiduciary responsibility.
He always scores against the Blues.
And Jackson's father taught him.
Yeah, my dad was his principal.
About that.
Swansea?
Yeah, Wolf Branch Middle School.
Doug, how long do you think the Scott Prunovich standing ovation will last? Thanks. That's from Manute.
Oh, is he coming back tonight? Is he with you, Tom?
Remember the Mammoth?
I don't know if they'll point him out.
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
Hey.
Joe needs to call and talk some Indiana Hoosiers.
He's fired up, as he should be. Who do the Hoosiers have this weekend?
UCLA, it's big noon.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's a big noon. UCLA may be a little startled when they're getting on their buses at what would be about 5 a.m. California time on Saturday.
Coach Signetti said he views them as a 3-0 team. He doesn't recognize the Deshaun Foster UCLA Bruins. He only recognizes the
Tim Skipper,
but more known for their offensive coordinator.
Hey, it's the production crew at Fox here. Can we get Neuheisel? Well, he's not the head coach. Yeah, that's fine. We'd rather have Neuheisel on the show.
So we can use the video of him being passed around by the fans.
Clip that off.
Carried off on the shoulders, at least. Maybe it's a better way of putting it.
Passed around.
All right. Well, okay. Well, all right then.
What are you expecting tonight, Doug? You think these Blues will show a little resolve, a little grit?
They tend to bounce back. So
yeah,
yes.
I think they will.
Do we know what? Are they wearing the third jersey or are they wearing the regular home jerseys?
Oh, we got to do uniform checks on the Blues and Missouri?
Well, they've yet to get a win in their new home uniform.
Yikes. But that Sharp Road uniforms, the Bees can ease.
They haven't lost in those.
You can't put that kind of jinx on yourself. If you're going to say these are our jerseys now, you can't back away from wearing them.
Oh, I agree. I'm just saying if you're looking for betting purposes and we're looking at trends, those are real things.
Well, I don't think the color jersey had much of an effect on how they played.
Cucky the Dwarf is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says, May will take some time, but Booch is dog S. And in caps.
Down there, it's turning. I said yesterday to JR that Booch doesn't catch a lot of heat.
Yeah.
But he's been kind of off for more than a year, I would say. Nobody really talks about it.
Well, maybe we should give him more heat.
Okay. Dial it up.
All right, Doug,
maybe a new segment papers.
Come on, Bucci. Pick it up. Come on, Bucci. 200-foot game. Tape to tape, man. Tape to tape. Nice. Win those one-on-one battles. Don't go offside. Score when you get a chance. Go to the greasy areas.
Nice.
Season started 2 weeks ago, pal.
Nice. Pinching? Is it pinching? Maybe pinch?
Well, he wouldn't pinch in. He's not a
defenseman. Have to pinch.
Oh,
yeah, you would have left that one in the holster there, papers.
Don't they all defend?
Well, they're supposed to.
That's going to get Harrison's brother Master texting in about Kyrou again.
He doesn't defend? He skates, though, right?
That's part of playing a 200-foot game.
Agreed.
Play on both ends of the ice.
Yeah.
Also, fans are not happy, Doug, because Colton Ellis went and got his first NHL start last night for the Fighting Sabre. And in his first NHL start, he was the #1 star as Buffalo gave the Detroit Red Wings their second loss of the season. Colton Ellis went to the Sabres, and he put up a good one last night. 27 saves on 27 shots against the Detroit Red Wings.
Okay. Well, it's always something. But it seems to be, not just with hockey, but a lot of sport, especially baseball, When you think you've got it figured out, well, this team's going nowhere, they turn it around just like that, and then you feel pretty good about them. And I think the Blues have that kind of talent. They're not going to go through super prolonged slumps, I don't believe. I think they have too much talent for that.
Doug, Colton Ellis stacked the pillows for the Sabres last night. Is Army becoming Mo? That's from the 314.
I don't think it's all
Boy, it turns quick around
here.
here.
It really
This
does.
is like college football season.
You're a genius one night and an idiot the next.
My girl Bill.
I don't know. I hear Monty might be going to Florida.
He's going to be a
He's on the list.
Those home jerseys are awful. They look like knockoff Smurfs. The roads are fire. My 5-pound dog defends her toys better than Cairo does the puck. That's Sharon in Clayton. Not happy with the uniforms or 25.
5-pound dog. That's not a large dog. Tiny little dog. And defends better than Cairo?
Yep.
2-pound carrot cake.
I don't know.
Oh, you just couldn't play that enough. Was it Porter's? It was in Illinois.
Yeah, 2-pound carrot cake at Porter's.
Could you eat it?
No, you could not eat 2 pounds worth of carrot cake? You couldn't
I could eat 2
possibly.
pounds of carrot cake.
You could?
I could.
That much cream cheese frosting? Oh, my God.
I mean, I would be shutting it down for a while.
Your
but
kidneys
I
would be
could do
shutting it down.
Oh, is that right? Your
well, you'd be
kidneys immediately
drowning
shut
in
down?
cream cheese.
You'd get the sugar foot.
Yeah, you would get the sugar foot. If you need to space that out over a couple days. 2 pounds of carrot cake.
I'm going to bring one in tomorrow and we split it.
I do
2
like
pounds.
carrot
So
cake.
what?
It is delicious.
Everybody gets
a monster. Everybody gets 2 pounds.
half of a pound. No, quarter of a pound.
More drops, less hot takes that you immediately get proven wrong on, you pale peasant. That's Steven time.
How about none? How about none? That's what you get.
That's his punishment?
Yeah, this right hand is useless to you.
But then you're punishing everyone.
Well, that's the cost, man.
Who was the 2-pound carrot cake kid version?
Kid
The
came up to us at
listener's
a
son.
live event.
He also gave us a great Legos of all of us. It was great. And he took a sander and sanded down half of Tim's head.
Yeah, I am still talking with counsel about that.
It just seemed unfair.
You know what,
forgotten
though?
about
And
that.
the problem is my team of attorneys, Doug, as you know, said, well, it's accurate.
That's right.
We can't litigate.
Right. The side-by-sides. Can't tell the difference.
What happened to those Legos?
Oh, man. I don't know.
Where are those things?
We used to
there's
have
a
them in the
picture of
studio.
me and Iggy holding them up at
Yeah.
like the Christmas party.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, winter holiday party.
I bet they're still in the old studio. I'll go take a look. We have so
Old
many.
studio camping us?
No.
Did you lose stuff in the move?
No. We did lose the bell, the hot take bell. We didn't bring that over, but everything else we took. I think it would be in the old by the water closet.
Doug, do you have a problem with it by the water closet?
Yeah, you don't need to say water closet.
You do need to say 100 West Dental, though, because now you're working with Dr. Brandon Pryor, who has a dentist's office with the newest technology on Manchester in Baldwin. Online at 100westdental.com. That's 100 West Dental. No phone call is needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability, and then you get to book right then and there with 100 West Dental. No dental insurance? Well, at 100 West Dental, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance, and they have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. If you're not sure if you want to go through with Invisalign, great news. They have a digital scanner that'll show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental. Give them my name, get $1,000 off Invisalign. 100westdental.com. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. An opportunity here for TMA listeners to make some money with St. Louis Psychiatric Care and Research Center. What they are doing are conducting clinical research trials, and if you are interested in participating, compensation is going to be provided for both your time and your travel. And assuming you live in the St. Louis metropolitan area, your travel's not going to be very far. They are located in O'Fallon, Missouri. It's Dr. John Canale, who's been in practice for over 40 years and has more than 20 years of experience conducting clinical research trials. He was among the first psychiatrists to establish a practice west of the Missouri River in St. Charles, bringing decades of expertise and leadership to the field of psychiatry. He is conducting clinical research trials on anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive compulsive disorder. It's St. Louis Psychiatric Care and Research Center. If you are interested in participating in the clinical research trials, here is how you can participate. Go to pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com. Or if you would like to call, the number is 636-244-3593. That's 636-244-3593. St. Louis Psychiatric Care and Research Center, online at pcrc-stl.com.
says she's too old.
Joshua. TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. It is 8:53 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. How about this story in The Athletic? Tarek Skubal heads the top 10 MLB stars most likely to be traded this offseason. This is in The Athletic this morning. Doug, he is number 1 on the list of 10. And there is a Cardinal who is listed on this list. Would you like to take a guess who it is? I know you love guessing games, so I try to give you one every hour.
Which Cardinal could be traded? I'll say Sonny Gray.
Yes.
Is that right?
No.
Wow.
He's got some value.
I thought you'd go Brendan Donovan.
Tip of the cap. This is what Jim Bowden writes. Chaim Bloom's taken over as the head of baseball operations for the Cardinals, and he has already talked to Gray about waiving his no-trade clause. Gray has indicated to Bloom he would consider doing so for the right contending team. That's good news. Gray, who is 35, is entering his 14th season in the big leagues, but he's still effective. And then he goes into a wide variety of numbers to display as such. Gray is signed for 2 more seasons. So teams such as the Mets and Orioles, who like shorter-term commitments to starting pitchers, would be great trade fits. So Sonny Gray listed as the 7th most likely star player to be traded. Others, for the record, include Freddie Peralta of the Brewers. And the reason for that is the Brewers have an $8 million team option on him for next season, and they will certainly pick it up. However, after picking up that option, the Brewers are expected to do the exact same thing they did 2 years ago with their then-ace Corbin Burns and trade him. How about that?
That would mean the Cardinals would have to add 2 or 3 starting pitchers before next year. I think Livator and McGreevy are in, and they're going to stretch out Leahy, see if he can do it. If he can't, you're going to need 3 more starting pitchers.
Yeah, Chaim Bloom, when he was on with BK and Ferrario last week, mentioned that is certainly the goal, is to have that same, modicum of success that they felt they had with Livator this year with Leahy. So they have told him that. I would agree with you. And they definitely have a starting pitching need. I would imagine it's going to be guys who are kind of doing the Pittsburgh Angels, I'm almost out of baseball tour. That's who's going to fill up the rotation. Hunter Green is listed as the 3rd most likely player. It's Skubal, Peralta. It's everybody exiting the NL Central. I mean, these are teams that both were in the playoffs. I mean, the Brewers were really in the playoffs. They say regarding the Reds, there have been several reports out of Cincinnati that the Reds are planning to shop Green this winter. I've not been able to confirm these reports, nor do I understand why they would want to consider it, since they have him under team control through 2029. Green has the potential to win a Cy Young someday, or at the very least finish in the top 5. One reason a trade might be considered is because of Green's durability issues. Through his first 4 years in the big leagues, he's never made 27 starts or pitched 160 innings. It's possible that there is a medical risk that we do not know about. One thing I do know, if they do want to trade him, the Reds could get a huge return with that amount of team control remaining, and the Dodgers, Mets, Red Sox, Yankees, Orioles, and Giants are likely to be interested. I think it would be a huge mistake for them to trade Hunter Green, but we cannot ignore the rumors because they're so loud and no one is denying them.
I would like to hear the Chaim Bloom pitch. Hey, Sonny, you're not going to want to be here. We're not going to be very good. This is your chance. Don't miss out.
Also listed Mackenzie Gore, Sandy Alcantara, along with, as I mentioned, Sonny Gray, Brandon Lowe of the Rays, Alec Boehm of the Phillies, and Joe Adell, who had a Sunday charge with the Angels this past season.
Well, I wouldn't expect the Cardinals to go after anybody that's making a salary of any size. That's the opposite of what they want right now. I don't know that Liam Doyle would be ready, #1 draft pick from last year, but maybe. I mean, he's 22, 23 years old.
Quinn Matthews.
At some point.
Tank Hent.
Yeah. I just assume see him go with those guys is get another starting pitcher who makes a boatload of money that they can't hang on to. Papers has left his studio. Where are you going?
I think
Did you just vomit?
I think he's sneezing. He's having a sneeze issue. I get it.
Yeah, but I don't hear a sneeze. I think he did too many bumps in the break.
No, not true. I sneezed really hard.
What did you Pai Kai up to?
I sneezed really hard, and I just needed a moment. I needed to grab some tissues.
All right.
Isn't it terrible? You can't have a moment. You just can't.
Would you prefer me just spit up on the board?
No.
I'm just saying, I feel sorry for you.
That's all right. Hey, listen, it's okay.
Okay.
I get it. It's part of the
I think there's
gig.
a little. Tim's got a little bug. I got a little hint of a bug.
I'm done, boys. I was planning on getting a little workout in following today's presentation, and I will be heading home, and Doug will take a nap.
Oh, nice.
You and Doug are taking a nap?
Well, I'm not going home.
Oh,
What are you going to do, fella?
Probably the gym again. You kidding me?
Hey, you
A
got some
slave
iron
to
to pump.
fitness like I am.
If you guys take a
I can
nap,
just go home.
If you take a nap, do you go bed or couch? Do you get in your bed?
Yeah. And I'm
Under the covers?
What?
Well, yeah, over the covers with a blanket. In covers feels like you're going to sleep.
It's a lot of questions. A lot of questions, man.
I am.
Don't overthink
No,
it,
I know, but like a full sleep.
Oh, this is going to be. This will be an 11:30 to 2:30 kind of thing.
Got it. Okay.
What are you,
My
like a
wife is-
hobo sleeping on a knapsack?
Yeah, I don't know what I was confused by the questions.
If I
you want to know
sleep
what I'm
on-
wearing?
if I
you want me to send you a pic?
I
Robe
wouldn't
or
mind.
pajamas?
I just don't know if
Jackson,
you like.
here's my morning wood at 2 this afternoon.
Oh, I'm always open for you to send that to me.
What?
HR.
You said this will
I
be
think they farm that out.
What if both people are on board with it?
It's consensual. We just have to notify the office.
Yeah, that's nice. No, I just sometimes when I take a nap, you don't want to like fully get in bed.
Because then you're like out cold?
Right.
Or it's a mindset thing?
I think it's a mindset thing.
I usually feel worse after I take a nap.
So I got to shower right afterwards. It's always been my contention. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Tim, I will. No, hey, fine. You're a prince.
Thank you.
Tim, I will donate my vocal cords to you so you don't have to miss any time this week.
Good God.
Gosh. Is that even possible to transplant one vocal cord into another?
Been done or not.
Sourcing. I'm going to find out for you.
It's been done.
Okay.
And I do love papers, and I love the Stiefel dossier. But one of the things I really enjoy are the headers that you put on, like Goofball Corner.
Goofball Corner.
From the desk of Jack B. I really enjoy the headers. But in 9-1 and 9-2, Tim and I have no idea what segment we're in. There's no header. And it's just, I'm sorry, I need a header from papers. Yoff Talk in 9-3. Here it comes. It's changing.
It's a living, breathing document. You get to see it right in front of your eyes. More than the Stiefel dossier.
Okay, it's been updated. 9-1
More
is
loose meat?
9-1. Well, that's Tim because 9-1 is loose meat and 9-2 is more loose meat.
Oh, yeah. That's what I got right
and
there.
then Yoff Talk will be pushed to 9-3. Ball Knower's Corner. There's actually a lot of great audio in here. That has been unsampled.
Well, we're about to get to it. We've got a lot of it. I'm looking forward to it. Also, this list here, Doug, because you like guessing games, so I give you one every single hour.
Okay.
Ranking the 25 best teams of this century. I would think, how many Cardinal teams do you think will be on there? 2004 Cardinals will be on there.
Yeah.
Might be.
Yeah.
Is that going to be the only one? They're only going 25?
I think the 2011 team will be on there as kind of in the 20 to 25 range.
The over-under is 1.5, almost certainly.
I'm going to go 2.
All right.
They've got too many teams in the playoffs and not real playoffs, NLCSs.
Yeah.
To
Yeah, I
not
would
be
agree.
in there.
Yeah. The 2011 team on paper is so incredible. They just had a weird...
I mean, the starting rotation's a little rough.
That would be the downside of it.
Yeah.
But he still had a...
What do you think, Doug? Over under 1.5 on how many teams will be on that list from the
How
Cardinals?
many teams that the Cardinals had that
On the
were
top
considered the
25
best
list
in all of
in the
baseball?
athletics ranking.
That were considered the best of all in baseball.
The 25 best baseball teams of the 21st century.
Okay.
Over under 1.5 Cardinal appearances.
I'll say they'll have more than that, maybe 2.
Okay. Martin, where are you going to go?
Because 04-05 very much in play.
I know, yeah. I mean, 05 was a 100-win team as well. So was
You have to be
2015.
the best of that year. So 2013.
I mean, the 2011 Phillies to me have to be on there, but they obviously didn't get past the 2011
So
Cardinals.
what's the standard? What's the? It's one of these lists. Here we go. I have no idea.
It's a guessing game.
I'll say over.
All right. Everybody loves the Cardinals, except everybody texting into the show.
They hate everything St. Louis.
That's correct. 314-399-9646. That's where you can text into the program. Yoff Talk and Loose Meat.
And
coming
then
up in the market.
what exactly
more
is
loose meat.
loose meat?
Clearing the decks at 10-1. Early stink watch at 10-2.
Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Time check 9:03. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an official Rolex jeweler. And Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies is online at evergreen-ws.com. 314-889-0503. Jackson, do you have a slogan for Mark Hanna that I could maybe use here in my endorsement of this wonderful gentleman and financial advisor at Evergreen Wealth Strategies?
How much do I like Mark Hanna? Well, I work with him.
Unbelievable.
Thank you.
Boy, that is good.
Thanks, Doug.
And then, Doug, you have a follow-up slogan that you added yesterday.
How much do I like him? My son works with him.
How about that? And that's Greg Vaughn.
The great Greg Vaughn.
The great Greg Vaughn, ball striker, along with Ricky Putz. Yeah, I think the world of Mark Hanna. He is a wonderful person, and I'm telling you, it is so important to have a financial advisor. It doesn't matter your age. It really gets you on track to start paying attention to the money coming in, the money going out, just a simple budget, and then being able to save. And the seventh wonder of the world, according to Doug Vaughn, is compound interest. Oh, compound interest. How do you do? Work with Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Give him a call. You will feel better about the world and your financial situation when you talk to him. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreen-ws.com. The title of the next segment is Loose Meat, and included in there is Stanford Steve on Pat McAfee, giving his thoughts about Vanderbilt and Mizzou and the fact that they're going there for college game day, and then the top odds for Florida's next head coach. You might be surprised by who is listed as the favorite, but you're going to have to stick around to find out. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Oh, I cannot wait. It's next summer, June 15th, but I can't stop thinking about a trip to Scotland, going with you, the TMA listeners. It's going to be a ton of fun, telling stories, hanging out at the whiskey distillery, traveling through the great cities of Glasgow and Edinburgh. Also checking out these cool places you've seen video and just over the years watching a British Open. Say, wow, the Highlands looks pretty cool. The Orkney Islands. Cruise on the lovely Loch Ness, all these cool spots. We're doing it together next summer, and Colette will handle all the details. Pretty simple. They put the package together. They've been doing this a long time. It's 10 days, 15 different meals. They handle all the hotels, all the local experiences. Put it all into the package, and you can find out more about it by calling Altair Travel. Limited number of spots available. Altair Travel has more information at 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600. It's going to be an awesome trip of a lifetime. All details handled, so you can just sit back and enjoy spectacular Scotland. Join me as we head that way next summer. 314-968-9600 or more at 101ESPN.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues and Mammoth tonight right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That's going to be a 6 p.m. pregame with a 7 p.m. puck drop. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, what is this?
Is that Jurassic Park?
Good work, Doug.
Nicely done.
It's Michael Crichton's birthday, so I figured, why the hell not?
Okay.
What was the computer book?
The computer book?
Didn't you write a book about the computers? What was it?
Westworld?
No. What was his big novel?
Jurassic Park?
The other one.
Westworld?
The other one.
The Andromeda Strain?
I don't know.
Congo?
I'll look it up. Jackson annoys me, but he's right about the naps. A nap on the couch, I wake up refreshed. A nap under the covers in my bed, I wake up like Ed Helms in The Hangover.
I get that. I respect that take. I do. If this were, I just feel, but I really don't take those kind of naps ever because I find I don't necessarily sleep well that night. In this case, I'm ill, and I gotta bounce back. So this is a pack a lunch, brother.
A get right nap.
This is a get right nap, and my wife is going to dinner with her parents. I made reference to the fact that they're celebrating their anniversary today, so the three of them are going to dinner, so I'll be watching the boys tonight. It means there's a high chance we get White Castle, so I got to be ready for that, too.
That'll clean you out.
Clearing the deck.
It'll be just fine, yeah.
Is that like a colonic?
Clear the whole deck. Yeah, in a way. The Hoosier colonic.
The Hoosier colonic is to eat at White Castle? I don't know.
I mean, there's so much, Martin, that we haven't gotten to on the Stiefel dossier. Unfortunately, Jackson was accused of having a poor Stiefel dossier today, but I think the evidence is to the contrary. Doug, I'm going to give you a wide variety of choices for which direction we go first here.
All right.
In this Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMSTL YouTube channel. The top odds for Florida's next head coach. Stanford Steve talking it over with Pat McAfee about how game day and how they're feeling about going to Nashville for Missouri and Vanderbilt. Ranking the 25 best baseball teams of the 21st century to date. And Pittsburgh head coach Pat Marduzzi says that the ACC is probably the best conference in the country.
It's a real thing he said yesterday.
Okay. Well, let's go with that one then.
Oh, all right. There you go.
Recency bias.
The analysts, it's bad. It's like nobody's good. It's like Miami's still really good. Georgia Tech's good. Miami's good. Louisville's good. To me, it makes it fun in the conference that everybody's got a chance. It's not Ohio State and everybody else. And so I think it's a good thing. It's not just top heavy. From top to bottom, the ACC, I've said this for 10 years now, is probably top to bottom the best conference in the country. And that's why. Because there's good athletes, there's good depth, and anybody can win on any given day.
Of course, the ACC features Boston College, who is 1-6. They feature Bill Belichick's North Carolina squad, Virginia Tech, which was so good that they fired their coach 2 weeks into the season after losing to Shane Beamer's group. Now, I won't have anybody say anything bad about Fran Brown.
No, I refuse.
Yeah.
But
they're not very good.
In his explanation, he said Miami's really good, Georgia Tech's really good, Miami's really good. He ran out of teams after 2 teams.
Stanford had a rough one with Hawaii to start the season. I mean, yeah,
I would disagree.
I respect sticking up for the conference, I guess, but I think he could have made his point by saying a lot of people overlook the ACC because they think about the Big Ten and the SEC. But if you look at it, we have a number of teams, and we have some depth that other conferences don't have. But saying that you're the best conference is,
right.
I mean, just kind
it
of
is kind
blows
of
you up.
Even across the board. There's not one team that just dominates every year.
The problem, if you're one of the SEC teams that might be on that border of getting in and being on the outside looking into the college football playoff, is that you have 3 undefeated teams in the ACC in conference play right now. And if I'm not mistaken, a couple of them don't play each other, and that's not even including Miami. the team that I think would be expected to be the one that would get into the college football playoff with their non-conference wins over Notre Dame and USF.
Thought Florida State was going to be good this year after they opened with that win over Alabama. They haven't done anything since.
No, they've actually got to a point where they're probably going to be terminating their coach.
Right. 0-4 in the conference.
Martin, your stretch and your look at Jackson tells me something is going on. That's my read.
No, Kurt just texted me. Somebody called in. They're mad at the show.
No.
And Kurt said to go to it.
Yeah, I think the Mad Hoosier is just not happy.
The Mad
about it.
Oh, is he
Hoosier.
really upset?
Yeah. The Mad Hoosier is on hold and wants to talk about Indiana football.
Didn't we talk about it already? Kind of.
Mad Hoosier, you are on the Morning After with Doug Vaughn, 101 ESPN. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Hoosier.
But not enough. I don't know what it takes for us to get on your program. We're number 2 in the country. And y'all don't talk about it. There ain't nothing to talk about with the Cardinals. The Blues are kind of a sputtering start. Now we got IU football. And we're number 2 in the country, fellas. It's time for you all to wake up and understand what it takes to have an interesting program and keep people who have sweated in Bloomington, Indiana for IU football all these years. We come along like cicadas. Every 89 years we're relevant, and I'd like to understand what it takes to get you all talking about them on your program.
Stop giving us the business.
Wow. The Mad Hoosier.
The Mad Hoosier is not happy with your coverage of Indiana.
It's weird because it's Big Ten football, but it feels like a caller to the SEC Network or Finebaum show. Are you an?
Let me tell you this: you don't mention that Finebaum's name. He said that Indiana's overpaid for our head coach. He's the only fella that got us playing good in 89 years.
Yeah.
11 million. Man's underpaid.
Why were they so horrible for so long?
I can't explain that. Something about the movie Breaking Away. I don't know.
Oh, the Cutters. Dennis Quaid.
I blame Dennis Quaid and the little fella from Bad News Bears.
That's fair.
Yeah,
fair.
Oh my God. Are you an alum? Are you?
I am.
Oh wow.
Graduated back in 52.
52.
Hold on, that would make him. Doug, that would make him 95. I did some quick CBC math there. I think
I haven't turned 95 yet. Don't add a year that I ain't seen yet. Don't add a year.
Don't add a year that I ain't.
I'm 94 and still able to dial on this rotary phone to get in to talk to you fellas about this program, which I listen to every day.
Dude, let that off. How disappointed are you in this show?
That was Tony. That was a little
LaRussa-esque. That felt LaRussa-esque. He's really upset with us.
The Mad Hoosier sounds like a combination, Doug, of Lou Holtz and maybe Joe Buck.
No, is it? Listen here there, fellas.
No, it's Lou.
Matt Hoosier, it's so wonderful to hear from you. Congratulations to your Hoosiers on their wonderful success.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow. Does the Mad Hoosier call football on ESPN?
Yeah. I mean, he's fresh off a trip to Detroit.
That's it. I just got out of my second grade twins school play, so I'm feeling a little frisky.
Good
and I had to call in.
Yep.
I had to call in and give you the business, like I think it was Doug. Who said that.
Yeah, Doug's out of line.
Doug likes taking the business.
As per usual. Have you been to a game in Bloomington this year, Joe?
No, I was supposed to go to the Michigan State game, and I had the whole thing set up, and then I was asked to be in Detroit a night early, and I couldn't not be in Detroit. So I should have, but I'm waiting now. I feel like I'm gonna save my opportunity for what's to come.
Don't blame you. Yeah, you might not even get a home game. They might get a bye in the if they win the Big Ten. They could get a bye, and you wouldn't get the Bloomington.
Well, you have to explain all that to me. I'm a new college football fan.
I don't blame you, man. There wasn't a whole lot to get excited about. What was the second grade play that they were performing today?
We're celebrating the Diwali.
Doug celebrating Diwali.
What in the world is that?
Which I believe is the New Year, the Indian New Year.
How about that?
Indian New Year.
And that's what they were performing. And one of your kids is like big into performing. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
I've seen some Instagram videos, and I'm like, oh my God, this guy's like, He's like Johnny
No,
Carson.
he's good. I mean, he's legitimately good.
Yeah.
He shares no DNA with me whatsoever. He can dance. He's entertaining, fun, light on his feet, and I'm all the opposite.
Hey, this reminds me. I'm scrolling through Instagram yesterday, and I don't know if this was like his the normal Instagram account or different, but Troy Aikman said, "All right, Joe, now you've got to do it." And I had no idea what this was in reference to, and then you responded.
Yeah,
I'm like, what is
he
this about?
should have put a little bit of context in there. He said we had a game where everybody had a pulled hamstring, and he said I got on a treadmill 2 years ago and I pulled my hamstring. I haven't been on one since. And then we came to the booth, a shot of us in the booth, and then he joked, "Hey, do you even know where your hamstring is?" And I said, "Yeah, no, I don't." And then I said, "Okay, Captain Hot Yoga, if I see one more Instagram post of how tired you are after hot yoga, I'm deleting the app." And so he said, "Well, you're going to get one tomorrow." And that's what that was.
Got it.
It's a, if you know kind of moment.
Got it. But that was to his general public followers who, I would imagine, as you said, probably had no idea what the hell he was talking about.
I never assume anybody's listening to one word we say unless they like aggregate stuff at awful announcing. Otherwise, nobody cares what we say.
Ben Koo.
But they do it almost immediately. It's like, Joe gets excited about Bears touchdown. I'm like, that was 4 minutes ago. They do post
Joe
it.
gets excited gets over excited for Bears touchdown, and Twitter and X reacts. Wow, let me read that one.
Click.
Click. Yeah, he sounded really, really excited. Go ahead, yes?
What was I'm sorry, Angry Hoosier. I did not mean to interrupt an Angry Hoosier. Oh, no, excuse me, Mad Hoosier.
I'm sitting in the school parking lot, and there are 3 boys that are throwing acorns at my car.
It's that time of year.
This is when
I just scared the crap out of him.
This is when that reminds me of the Jim Edmonds famous spring training, Tim, where we're on the field and Jimmy's got a really nice vehicle and he parks in Mr. DeWitt's spot.
Yeah, of course.
And some people are visitors to the Cardinal complex and they leaned against his car.
Oh, that was wonderful.
And he screams from the field where they're all playing catch, "Get the F off my car!" And he used the full F word as loud as he could. And these people are probably like in their 60s, look startled. And I'm like, there's your Gold Glove center fielder just chastising
there he is.
So you could channel that right now if you'd like.
Because cars are virtually destroyed.
I think I probably shouldn't have honked. One of the kids is crying.
Now you have to go buy him ice cream. That's how it works.
Yeah.
No, I was going to ask Mad Hoosier, the story that came out, though, the Caleb Williams thing, I'm sure it was overplayed, but they said that Joe or Troy was being tough on Caleb Williams. Then Caleb Williams actually addressed it and said, well, I didn't meet him for the production meeting because I was doing stuff. His answer wasn't great, but I'm guessing it was much about nothing?
It's a nothing thing. It's so,
okay.
It's just so ridiculous.
Okay.
That's our industry.
That's the world in which we live.
Yeah.
It's like such even what he said was like nothing. So I think we're being a little too sensitive. And I'm not talking about Caleb. I'm talking about the aggregators.
Yeah, right. It's aggregating season.
But the logistics of it, my theory was you guys get to town on a Saturday and go to the host team's facility.
No, we do everything via Zoom these days.
Oh, is that right? That's good for you, right? That's got to be great.
It's a post-pandemic, very wonderful existence now where pretty much every crew does stuff Zoom now. And actually the teams prefer it because they can fit it around their schedule. So they can, and a lot of times it's not even in succession. We'll do like the head coach at noon and the quarterback at 1 and the defensive coordinator at 3 whenever they get time in their schedule, and they like it better that way.
Very nice. You said that Dan Campbell, and he's fun, isn't he?
He's awesome. I mean, there's no act. That's just him. That was him as a player. That's him as a head coach. I think, Steve Horn, who works with me, he and I have talked about it many times. Like, it's the guys that have an act that eventually get, I think players get tired of them. They get seen through. Like Tony Dungy was quiet, mild-mannered, but he was consistent. Bill Cowher was hot-tempered and fiery, and that's just who they were. And I think they always stayed true to that. And I think Dan Campbell is exactly as he is. I don't think there's any put on. That's why when he had the welcome press conference and he said we're going to bite their kneecaps and all that stuff, everybody's like, what is this guy talking about? But now it kind of fits. Now you get it, and you understand that that's just who he is, and these guys love playing for him, and I think he's equal parts hard on him in a good way, but I feel like nurturing, and I don't know. It's kind of a weird word to use for a head coach, but I do believe that they really want to play for him, and they've been through a ton of injuries, and they're sitting there with a record of 5-2, and I think they're the most dangerous team in the NFC.
Oh, nice. Got to buy that stock up.
Did your paths ever cross with Tony Vitello to know how he might do going from Tennessee to the Giants?
No, I'm anxious to see how that goes, and good for him and good for them. Thinking outside of the proverbial box, I think, I don't profess to even know how that whole mechanism works now with analytics, general manager, in-game decisions. I'm sure it varies team to team. So I think it's very case specific with how much they do that. I mean, I can't imagine Bruce Bochy before he was let go or walked away in Texas was, heavy on analytics. I think it's a tool there. I'm sure Francona is not that way with Cincinnati. But I think there are others that are driven by that stuff, and I wonder what San Francisco's like these days with Buster Posey in charge and how much stock they put into that. But if he can get guys to play together and want to get off the trainer's table and go back to the lineup and play hard, then to me, that's the number one job of a manager in today's world.
The Mad Hoosier, also known as Joe Buck, on the Callion Thompson phone line. Say real quick, because you just called in just to yell at Doug about not acknowledging Curt Cignetti's greatness.
Right, I've had it with him.
But John Kelly was in town a couple nights ago, and he made sure to mention that you played a role in helping him get the Kings job. And I'm sure, before you even say it, that he didn't necessarily need your help, but he went out of his way to talk about how you and Darren Pang were in his corner and helped his situation. So,
as I would imagine he would be for me, and I would be for anybody in that circumstance. And I think it's. I saw a clip of it somewhere where he said the goodbye, good night, and whatever, and it was against the Blues for Kempe's goal the other night. Yeah. And it's like, whoa, okay, yeah, that's real, and he's gone. So good for him that he landed on his feet. I didn't help him with the Kings. I made some calls to the bosses at ESPN. He got an ESPN game right in that first week of the season, and I'm happy for him that he's with a great organization. He's in L.A. They have a really good setup there by LAX and El Segundo, and I'm sure he's happy. I'm sure shocked and probably over all that and happy to go to work.
Joe Buck, concerned about the Blues early on? How are you feeling? Nobody follows the Blues closer than this Joe Buck.
Well, John Hamm does. Other than John Hamm,
of course.
And he's the angry Brooklyn guy on line 3 right now.
Right, exactly. No, yeah, it's early. I think we all get, we're college football heavy right now and NFL, and you go, oh my God, they lost opening night. What are we going to do? And then you go, wait a minute, this is a long year, and they haven't kicked their good years. They don't kick it in until around, the new year. So I'm not overly concerned. They have a lot of talent, a lot of depth, good goaltending, I think, and a good coach. So I think all the ingredients are there.
A little text audit on Joe's call is the angry Hoosier. Brian Hengen said it's either Joe Buck or the porta potty guy. That was the early guess. When he called, somebody else said this guy's clearly from House Springs. Somebody else said that Kelly Leak was the name we were looking for.
Kelly Leak,
the little guy on Bad News.
I just remember my mom and dad taking me, I don't know, you guys can Google it, whatever year Bad News Bears came out, the original.
77?
We went to the my mom and dad took me to that at the Shady Oak.
Wow.
And I was
on
less
Forsyth,
than 10.
maybe?
Yeah, it's right by You know, is that the same street as Napoli down the way?
Over there.
You'd have to ask Jackson for that.
Yeah, over that away.
Yeah, I don't know. Wherever Jackson hangs. The Shady Oak, which is gone. It's by what is it? Centene or all that?
Yeah, all that Centene stuff. Yeah.
Who cares where
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now he's a Mad Hoosier again.
1976.
The point of it is, I'm sitting in the theater, and my mom and dad's like the one movie my dad ever took me to when I was a kid, and let's just say it was not appropriate for the 7-year-old that I was because of Tanner, Kelly Leak, kind of what's going on in that movie. The language is a little salty for young Joe, but I remember looking at my dad out of the corner of my eye. He loved it. He loved Mathau. We went to the racetrack one time with Walter Mathau when I was a kid.
How great was that?
I mean, he was there every day. I think we were just there. We happened to be there, and he was there, and we got to hang with him for a minute.
I would think the swearing would have been commonplace having sat in a booth with Mike Shannon.
Yeah. The more I look back on my childhood, the more I'm shocked that I made it through. I mean, the secondhand smoke that I ingested from Colin Jarrett, my dad, and Mike Shannon when I was a little boy, it was like being in the smokers pit at Lambert. It was brutal.
Another texter said Joe does a great Troy impression. Is that true?
Yeah, I don't know. I got to work on it.
Okay.
No, I'm
Next
not ready
time.
to debut.
All right, call in as Angry Troy, when we're not talking enough about the Cowboys someday.
Yeah. I'll work on all that. I can do the Jerry Jones. Good morning to you. I can do
that's legit.
I can do that voice a little bit. I'm calling his quarterback Dak Prescott. Who plays at AT&T Stadium. But yeah, I'll work on my Troy.
Okay, that's fine.
It's only been 24 years. How could you think I could come up with an imitation?
Yeah, after 24 years of working together. Joe, always great to hear from you. Thank you for the drive-by call after the play this morning. This is the Mad Hoosier dropping by the program.
Yes. So happy that I could entertain you for 1 minute of the 15 that I was on.
No, it was great. And now big, I don't know if you've heard of the Fox Network, but they are carrying your Hoosiers. It's the big noon kickoff with UCLA kicking off at, 10 a.m.
I mean,
California
that's
time?
Joe and Troy right there. That's
oh, yeah. You guys,
we're going to have bragging rights on Monday night. Our game's in Kansas City.
Yes.
Also known as St. Louis West.
Yes. Jackson's mad as a hornet.
Yeah, there's a lot. I don't know if you know this, Jackson. There's a lot of Chiefs fans in St. Louis.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's a
John
bane of
Hamm
my
among them.
existence.
Remember, Ham did the Super Bowl. Yeah, we're still... We
still haven't forgiven him.
Did we take him to task for that? We were too busy.
We did ask him about it.
You did. I listened to that interview. I was very surprised that you went there. You went there early, too.
Yeah.
You hadn't built up the goodwill yet. And you were giving him trouble for doing the Kansas City thing.
He didn't know it hit him.
He did say, I'll come on anytime. We're like, okay, next week sounds good. He doesn't know how desperate we are.
Joe, thanks as always.
Okay, you guys have a fantastic Thursday.
Oh, fantastic Thursday.
There it goes.
Right.
That doesn't have alliteration.
Joe Buck with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. DBA, the Mad Hoosier. He wants more coverage of the undefeated Indiana football team. UCLA, I didn't even think about that. The Aikman
We
Buck
kind of missed the lead there. I think.
Yeah, buried the lead.
Boy, this really is a show where friends feel they can drop by at any time.
At any time whatsoever.
Yeah. Michael Wellington, Joe Buck.
Yeah.
Who's next, is what I say.
Maybe Matt the Bat's list.
Matt the Bat.
Yeah, he's feeling the pressure.
Jackson, the number on Indiana, UCLA. I'm going to go.
Tim. That's such a good question, man.
It's not that great a question.
I'm going to go 16.5.
Oh, more than that.
Did we hang? Is Joe gone? I did feel like
He's gone.
Okay, I didn't know we actually said goodbye, dude. That's fine.
Yeah, I
thought it was one of those where he was still
most
there.
relationships you don't get the chance to say goodbye. It just happens.
Wow, what a commentary on life.
Yeah, it's true.
Took a dark turn.
The more you get used to it, the more you'll be prepared. Indiana's a 25.5-point favorite.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a big old number.
Yeah.
I think Vegas is shorting the UCLA dead cat bounce.
That's 2-point difference than they were favored on Michigan State, who is a well-known butt-ass.
Yeah, hot garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd hate to
Michigan
be a
State's-
well-known butt-ass.
Michigan State's coach kicked, was that John L. Smith, kicked a field goal to cover right at the end.
Good
What's
for him.
going on? Mark Stoops did that against the Lane Train and Ole Miss.
Too much awareness.
Yeah.
You asked that at a time the NBA guys are being investigated for gambling.
Chauncey Billups.
That was outside of basketball. I had to defend the hoop rock.
Of course.
Got to defend the hoop rock.
You defended
Terry
Missouri in
Rozier,
the
I
7
can.
o'clock hour and defending hoop rock in the 9 o'clock hour. As Kash Patel literally just had a press conference on the Chauncey Billups story. Fast developing here in the world of sports news. I'm sure we were behind on a break, so I'm just going to throw to it because I know we are. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Thursday, great day to hang out at the Village Bar. Football on there tonight. The Blues game. It's always fun hanging out at Village Bar. Everything on the menu here. Every once in a while, I know it sounds terrible, but I get a chef salad. Mix it up a little bit. It's great. Cheeseburger, for sure, what they're known for, but they're also getting known for something else, and that is 1879 Distilling. That's the barn out back. When you park at Village, like, why is there a barn in the middle of the parking lot? It's been there for more than a century, and it's the home to 1879 Distilling, which is where they make the 1879 bourbon, 1879 rye, the Red Barn vodka, 6 flavored vodkas, the premium brand as well. So many different options when we're talking about handcrafted, small batch spirits that are made right here in St. Louis, winning awards throughout the region. Quality, taste, tradition, that's what it's all about. Starting to pop up around town. Ask for it when you're at the grocery store, when you're out and having dinner. So you guys carry 1879. Taste the difference for yourself. When you're shooting it at the Village Bar, order something with 1879, one of their products. It's an homage, really, to the early days, the 1800s, with the German distilling tradition, quality taste tradition. 1879distilling.com, St. Louis, Missouri.
Doug, Vincent Price.
Well, that's Michael Jackson.
Yeah, but Vincent Price does the voiceover as they walk into the haunted house.
Pride of Country Day.
Correct. And Ola Ray, who was also a St. Louis native. People don't think about that, but there were 2 St. Louis natives in the Thriller video. This is spoiler.
We should probably think about it a lot more than we do.
I agree with you on that.
Because it's only been out, what, a matter of months, or is it 40 years?
Is Thriller your favorite Michael Jackson video?
Doug?
Video.
I guess.
Well, that's what music
That's
videos
something
are.
else I don't think about a
halcyon
lot.
days of music videos.
Don't say halcyon.
Salad?
Okay.
Oh, man.
One of Macaulay Culkin's like wearing like a yellow rain slicker.
I never cared for black or white, although George Wendt was in the video, too.
Oh, from Cheers, right?
And Rockhurst.
Oh, that's right.
And Notre Dame.
Kind of.
Yeah. Brief stay. Clocked in with a 0.2 GPA, I believe. The program's called TMA 101 ESPN, and also you can watch it on the TMA STL YouTube channel. I haven't been in there too much this morning. Chairman Kurt, what's going on in there?
I've been a little detached, too. I know there's been no arguments between Spicy Sal and the legend hasn't reappeared this week.
I saw someone was calling someone a name. Someone called somebody a tool, and he was like, LOL name calling. So mature. I was like, oh, boy.
Jock Horse says Thad sounds like a bigger... this is a nickname for Richard. Thad sounds like a bigger blank than Chad. So I guess Thad and Chad are arguing in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug, if you want to go in there and try to piece that together. I deep teased this here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The odds, according to bookies.com, they're very transparent with what they do.
Yeah.
For the next Florida head coach. Martin, you never get to participate in guessing games. You get to do this guessing game. Who do you think is the odds-on favorite to be the next head coach of the Florida Gators?
And I really enjoy a good guessing game, but I have to recuse myself because I see it listed.
You see it on the Steve Lassier.
Yeah, the loose
That's a man
meat.
of honor. That's a man of honor right there.
It's under loose meat.
Loose meat in the Steve Lassier.
So I don't. Did Doug see the loose meat?
I didn't see it.
He doesn't see the living, breathing document that is the Steve
changed
Lassier.
earlier.
Yeah.
Quick to criticize it, though.
I guess Drinkwitz, or I don't think we'd be bringing it up, right?
No.
Oh, you
Hard
forget
the
who's
hell out of
producing
me.
this program.
I'll just
bring up
excuse
anything.
He's
myself.
plus 700. You bet 100 on it, you get 700.
Can I have initials?
AG.
A.G. Abraham Graham. Who the hell is that, and why is he up for this job?
Abe Graham.
He is not.
Aaron Garrison?
No.
Second letter, first name.
L.
Allie Gibson.
Was Allie Sheedy in the Breakfast Club?
Yeah, yes, for sure.
She looked like she needed a shower.
Her cousin Morgan was the president of our pledge class in '94 at the Sigma Chi House. Morgan.
Is that right?
Really?
Fun fact.
Great guy, Morgan Sheedy.
So I got ALG. Al Gore.
Nope.
He's come up on
Can't be ruled out,
2
though.
days in a row.
Third
He had a
letter,
big time
first
in
name.
Florida, 2000.
E.
Alan. Alexander Graham Bell.
Chairman is frustrated that you don't know how to spell Allen. That you're guessing A-L.
Oh, there'd be 2 L's, yeah. Alex Grammis, the former Cardinal manager, is now dead.
What if it's ALAN, by the way?
Well, he said ALE.
Oh, fair.
Fourth letter, please.
X.
Alex.
Yes.
Alex, so I got Alex.
Yep.
That much I knew. Starts with a, did you say a G, Tim?
That's correct.
Second letter, please.
O.
Alex Gomez.
Nope.
Alex Gonzalez.
Nope.
I don't know if I've ever gotten this deep into the time kill music before.
Third
It's the
letter.
second stanza.
L.
Alex Golinsky. Can he coach a team?
Is he still an assistant at Penn State?
I forgot. I lost track of him. Al Golden. Alex Golden.
No.
Fourth letter, please.
E.
Alex Golebi. Alex Golebi? Who the hell is that? Okay, fifth letter, please.
S.
S. Alex Golesum. Alex Golesum?
This is, again, the favorite to be head coach of the Florida Gators.
Okay, sixth letter, please.
H.
Alex Golesh.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
see, I
it.
knew that.
That was easy.
That was easy.
He is plus
The hell is that?
225.
Who the hell is Alex Golesh?
Coach is the number 18 team in the country.
South Florida. You went into Gainesville already and got a win this year against Sunbelt Billy.
I don't follow a lot of South Florida football.
Got to do show prep. Got to do show prep around here.
Okay.
Lane Kiffin is second, plus 275, and then Eli Drinkwitz, plus 700. Dan Lanning, plus 750. I would be surprised by that.
Shocked.
And then Nick Saban is plus 2250.
Oh, gosh.
Can't rule him out.
Seriously?
I would be that would truly shock me. Lanning would be like
Nick
crazy,
Saban's got it too easy. He's on every other commercial you see when you turn on a college football game. He's got the game day stuff. He's living the good life.
Hanging with Miss Terry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miss Terry.
Yeah,
but didn't he allude to the fact that he really missed it? Didn't he allude to it recently?
Wouldn't you be surprised if he didn't miss it?
Well, but that almost like he would come back. I thought that was out in the last few weeks that he was.
I'll find. Let me do some digging here.
He's got to be mid-70s at this point, isn't he?
I think he's 74, 75, boys.
Yeah. Looks great for 74.
I think he's younger than that. No?
I feel like we actually looked this up within the last 48 hours.
He's going to be turning 74 on All Hallows Eve.
Okay.
Wow. So he's 73 now. Okay.
Looks great for 73.
Yeah, he does. I just think he's got it so good right now. I don't know why he'd mess with it.
Here's Stanford Steve talking about Game Day. You know, he's a part of Game Day. I love Stanford Steve. Stanford Steve and Scott Van Pelt, just one of my favorite podcasts, man. And he's on Game Day, makes his picks, part of that crew. Got a wonderful crew. Reese Davis, perfect point man on that program, along with Desmond Howard. Doug, he says hello, Heisman. Is that what he does?
Desmond Howard, touchdown, Michigan. Hello, Heisman.
Kirk Herbstreit, of course. Pat McAfee gets everybody riled up. Coach Saban, and then Stanford Steve giving his picks. Pete Thamel. And they will be in Nashville. It's going to be on campus. Contrary to what they initially thought, there was talk of it possibly being off campus to handle the crowd. Stanford Steve talking it over with Pat McAfee about them going to Nashville.
Okay.
Let's talk about this weekend. We have the incredible opportunity to head down to Nashville and celebrate this Vanderbilt University football program that has obviously come through the ashes and now is a powerhouse in college ball, not just in the SEC. They're hosting Missouri. What are your thoughts on this game, and how should we be viewing it before heading down there?
Fired up to go down to Nashville. And after watching Vanderbilt for our lives, they had never been favored over an SEC-ranked team until last week. And now this week they're again. So after never being a favorite 2 weeks in a row, they're a favorite. After that impressive win over LSU, obviously Pavia is the story, the face of that team. He's fourth in the Heisman rankings now, around 10, 11-1. But you know, Missouri played their first road game last week, looked a little vulnerable. Didn't run it as well as they have in their home games. Still good against the run. Both these teams are top 12 against the run. So to me, it's whoever shuts down each other's run games. Pavi's has just been insane on third downs and keeping his offense on the field, and that was in full vision last week against LSU with him converting third downs, fourth downs. They're over 56% on third down, which is top 2 in the country, I believe. So that's the story to me, is what the defenses bring to this game and what should be a hotly contested ranked matchup in Nashville.
Can't wait.
Okay.
And Papers, you're not going.
No, officially.
Okay.
It is official.
Tim, you're not going.
I am not going.
Okay.
You had that room ready for you.
Yeah.
A used hotel room.
I talked to my dad yesterday. Very odd dynamic. I told Martin this when we were sitting there having Blue Trains with that Seth Goldcamp. I said, yeah, I was on the phone with my dad, and my dad goes, hold on a second, Timmy. Somebody's trying to call me. He goes, it says Martin Kilcoyne's trying to call me. I go, what in the hell? And sure enough, Martin was calling my dad.
I woke him up.
He was on the phone with me.
Yeah, we're talking a little business.
But I was talking to my dad. He said, boy, your buddy, I almost gave the name, sent me a video of his hotel room the other night in Nashville and asked me if I wanted it.
How'd your dad respond?
What the hell's going on? He goes, that guy texts me all the time thinking he's talking to you.
Oh, God. It's unbelievable.
Probably in his contact list, he's got both numbers and he hits the wrong one.
Yeah. That could be a real problem. The kind of text that you may or may not get going to your dad.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's a big fear.
That's correct. Yeah.
Always double check who you're texting.
Nope.
Don't hit send.
But if both names, if you have both in your contact list as Tim McKernan, you might not be sure which number's which.
That's bad. What's the word I'm looking for here?
Housekeeping?
Information submitting?
Bookkeeping?
Clerical work. That's what I was looking for.
Bad clerical work.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think we've all done that at some point, haven't we? Texted the wrong person.
The worst is when like you're talking crap about somebody and you accidentally send it to that person.
Did you do that to Sweet Sweet Guy?
How often
Never.
does that happen?
Never.
Did you do that with Herb?
No, actually, the thing is, you forget somebody's in a group chat that you're in, and you're like, "Oh man, this guy's coming," and they're like, "Oh, yeah, I'm coming." I was like, "Oh,
man.
crap."
Yeah, no, that and
My finger slipped.
There are some people who still don't get the group text thing, and if I have work ones, I will say on this text is boom, 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 because I'm always afraid somebody's going to get sniped.
Gotta take a hit.
I like when people sign the end of their text when they text you, like from John, and you're like, "Well, I know I have it saved. Yeah, no need to do that anymore."
It's like you're old shaming.
But sometimes if you don't have a number saved, you
shoot
appreciate knowing who's sending you the message.
Yeah.
If it's not somebody you message a lot.
Yeah, it's better than being confused. The worst is like on your birthday when you get a text from a number you don't have saved, and you have to respond back like, "Thanks, champ."
You write back, "Thanks, chat, thanks, guy."
Well, yeah, you don't want to sign sex because who knows who it's.
Remind me again who this is. I'm having phone problems.
Yeah, new phone. Who dis?
Yeah, recently got a new phone.
Who dis?
Clip that off.
I texted Tanya, who listens to the show. She's cut my hair for years, but one time I texted, "Hey, I need." I just said, "Need a haircut." It was real brief, but I accidentally sent it to Tony LaRussa because it's Tony versus Tony.
Did he immediately call?
And he said, "What?" And I was like, "Oh, no, not you. No, if you can stammer via text," I did back to him.
Well, if he said, "Come on down, I'll chop you up real nice," like, would you let Larissa give you a haircut?
No.
Yeah, you'd had to.
But I think he thought that I was saying, like, "Dude, you need to get a haircut." Because he always had. That's the way it just felt to me like I was telling him to get a haircut. Because he was, act your age, old man, get a haircut. And it was very confusing. I walked it back.
Tim, can I get your dad's number? I want to give him a virtual tour of my apartment. Thanks. That's Steve in Wildwood. The olds do deserve to be shamed at this point with technology. That's from that one guy. I think we all eventually get there,
That's the problem. Yeah.
We'll all be there.
You're right, 100%.
But
Just
young
the way
people make phone mistakes too.
All
It's
the
not just
time.
old people.
For sure. Yeah, no,
I think young people, because they're just moving so fast, too.
I think it's a great thing that the younger generation can teach the older about technology because of how much the older generation has given to us. Pay it back.
Look at this guy. Altruistic.
I taught my mom how to use Google Docs. It was like it was part of a payment I could never truly repay, but I can do my best.
My sons give me 9 kinds of hell if I ever ask for any question on the computer.
Yeah.
Well, you teach me how to put this attachment on an email. How come you don't know this? How long have you been using a computer? And I have to say, I had to teach you how to use a spoon. You didn't know how to get dressed. Just tell me how to do the attachment. I don't have time. That's what I get.
And you tell them, "I changed your diapers, asshat." You give it back to him.
Right.
Chairman Kurt helped me silence my phone earlier because it just kept dinging, and I
saw you go over there and ask him to do that, and I thought, boy, that's really sad. That's what I was thinking. I was really alarmed. I was really alarmed.
Who am I? Why am I here?
Admiral Stockdale, 1992. Was that at Wash Dog?
I hear whistles.
I hear whistles, Matt Summerall. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, which will come up in approximately an hour on this presentation. Joe Buck, friend of the program, just called in. Friends, feel free to drop by. Michael Wellington, friend of the program and also close friend of Tony Vitello, on the program in the 8 o'clock hour as well. You can always go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. Doug, can you tell us about Schaefer Door Company?
Well, Schaefer Door Company is the company you call if you have any kind of problem with your garage door or if you need a new garage door, maybe a brand new one. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. If you don't need a new one, of course, Schaefer Door can get it going again. I've had them out to my house a few times. They install a nice little strut. Now my garage door is working like a champion. They've got that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or have a warehouse with a big, tall door, Schaefer Door is well experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members that have worked there for many years. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you talk with a real person when you call them on the phone. And their service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to try to sell you a new door or something bigger than what you actually need. The website is SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer is spelled SCHAEFER, only one F. SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
I got some new details here on the arrest involving Chauncey Billups. This is a hell of a story. We'll have that for you coming up. And then, Martin, I don't know when you're going to onboarding, but I feel like if you did get a good look at the Stiefel dossier and all the audio clips, you'll see. And I feel like I got to bring this up before you go.
I'll give it. I got to stick around. I got it. What do we got? We got something else here?
All right.
I'll silence my phone.
All right. It's coming up. It is TMA 101 ESPN.
Edinburgh, Glasgow, these are awesome international cities. They are in Scotland. You already knew that, but we are headed there. I'm going with you next summer, June 15th, departure date. It's a 10-day trip, and the best part of it is you don't have to do any of the planning. Colette does all of that. They've been doing this for a long time. They've got all the details taken care of. I can't wait. Going to a whiskey distillery, probably just sit around and tell some stories. Yes, Papers is that cool. See? You found out on that trip. Yes, Doug is that angry. You find out on the trip as we tour Scotland together. Can't wait for this next summer. Checking out the big cities, but also some of the smaller places like the Orkney Islands or cruising on the lovely Loch Ness. Checking out the Isle of Skye. Very cool. Scotland, once in a lifetime trip, and there are limited spots. So please join me and call our friends at Altair Travel. 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600. There's also information at 101ESPN.com. We're going to have a get-together at Altair coming up on November 11th to talk more about the trip. Call now for the trip of a lifetime. Can't wait to see you there. 968-9600.
Martin, a heroic gesture that you have decided to stick around for a portion here of the 10 o'clock hour. 10:04 is the time. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Because I made this observation in the Stiefel dossier. Doug, here's what we have.
Okay.
Josh Pate previews Missouri versus Vanderbilt and highlights how similar the teams are. Then the next audio clip is Josh Pate on Bussin' with the Boys breaking down Mizzou versus Vanderbilt. Parentheses, very, very similar to the clip above. I don't know why I have this one, but that's life, you know? End parentheses.
Correct.
So these kind of make observations of self-awareness in the Stiefel dossier?
I had cut the original Pate clip the day before, and then I was cutting the one on Bussin' with the Boys and realized about halfway through, oh, nuts, I already have something where he says pretty much the exact same thing for the exact amount of time. So I was like, well, I could just stop editing this or just finish the job. And like any good soldier, I finished the job.
Wow.
Okay.
That's inspirational.
Good soldiering.
Do you like a good observation inside of the Stiefel dossier, Martin?
I do.
Well, it's just a like a self-inventory.
That's a deeper dive. That's below the segmented part of the show.
That's right.
That's just the audio portion. Because like in Ball Knower's Corner, you had Roger Goodell doubling down on Bad Bunny. And then I noticed him in 10-1, which is clearing the deck. Are you guys aware of the Delaware piss wall?
What?
I'm not.
Was this a private conversation in the Stiefel dossier?
No, this is 10-1 listed front and center in the Stiefel dossier.
What is that?
University of Delaware and their football stadium, Delaware Stadium, they have something called the piss wall.
What is that?
Well, you know, there's troughs.
Yeah, we have troughs over there at Faroe Field.
They essentially just have a big room and there's grates on the bottom of the ends of the wall, the walls themselves. At the bottom of the walls, there's grates, and guys just stand there and piss on the wall.
It sounds like what they would have done in a Civil War prison.
I read this from, Delaware Online has a story about the East Concourse restroom still features an old-school urinal trough, certainly not the best setup. With no privacy walls, a large number of men can urinate at once. Facing one of three walls, they have water rushing down the wall into the trough by their feet.
Wouldn't it splash all over your shoes?
Yeah. I would think that.
That's
like
okay.
That. Yeah, don't kink shame.
Well, you go on the wall. You don't go on the ground.
Well,
you go on the wall.
What if there's water coming down on the wall to get everything to move along?
I think you'd be surprised how often water or other fluids get on your feet during a bathroom visit. Especially public.
Other fluids? What other fluids?
Urine.
Oh.
Well.
Martin's frustrated.
Wouldn't there be some sanitary concerns over something like that?
What's the beef, man?
We've made great strides in toilet technology.
Put that off.
What do they have at Delaware, man? You can bring it up with the Blue Hens. I'm just telling you, they got a piss wall.
Joe Flacco.
All right.
So, just
and then Mike Bray
that out
coached
there.
basketball. And the cat did a show with him, I
believe he did. I think that's correct.
And then I saw Mike Bray at the MAC in 2023, and he said he would have Quinn call in at some point on one of my shows. And
Quinn Snyder?
That's what Mike Bray said. He goes, "Oh, I'm sure he'll do it."
That's my White Whale interview, Quinn Snyder.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I got to go back to Mike Bray, who had joined the Hawks staff at the time.
See if he'll do it. Doug, this was also in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour Stiefel dossier, and I deep teased it. This was Sports Illustrated, not The Athletic. I apologize. Sports Illustrated, ranking the top 25 Major League Baseball teams of the 21st century.
Okay.
And the question was, would there be more or less than 1.5 Cardinal teams on the list? And then, of course, I'm sure people are curious who was ranked number one. I can tell you this, it was not any of the St. Louis Cardinal teams.
Ranked number one.
That's correct.
No,
Probably the Yankees, but got to come up with the year.
It's not the Yankees.
Wow.
One of the Dodger teams, maybe?
No.
Well, pardon me. Giants has some good teams.
3 world champions in even years, 10, 12, 14, but none of them.
Well,
number
sorry
one.
Again. Can we have initials?
World Series champion.
We got to go through all 25 of these.
Anybody want to fire?
Is it a World Series champion?
Tis.
04 Red Sox.
No.
Damn.
And not the 13 Red Sox. The 04 were probably a better lineup.
I would think.
And we said it's not the Yankees. This is the last 25. Not the Diamondbacks.
How about the Diamondbacks when they had Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling?
No.
Well, sorry.
Not the Marlins in 03.
Josh
08 Phillies.
No.
Initials, please.
Hey, you guys want initials? I mean, I can do it.
No, it's going to give it away.
Hold on. It's going to give it away.
How about the Astros?
I gave
when
the
they were-
initials for the Alex Gold.
I know. Yeah, that fooled Doug.
2016 Chicago Cubs, the best team.
Oh, I don't know. How about the Astros when they knew what pitches were coming?
Caveat.
Speaking
Chicago
of
Cubs, that was a
urinating
good
on
team.
things, I might want to urinate on this list. I don't know if this is from Alex Fornicola, but this is the 25 best teams. The 25, they're nothing but world champions.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is
So therefore, the 2004 Cardinals couldn't be on the list. You see what I'm saying?
So it should just say the ranking of the
world
last
champions.
25 World Series.
So then I ask you this question. Who would be ranked 25th?
No.
I just read
Who
the
was
list.
the
so I'm
worst
gonna-
World
Jackson's
Series
just recused
winner?
I'm
himself.
exonerating.
How about the 06 Cardinals?
That is correct.
Okay.
But that's just based on their one-loss record. If you knew the roster, you wouldn't say that.
That's why I have decided to
urinate,
desecrate
treat it
this
like
list.
the Delaware piss
That's
wall that it
correct.
deserves to be.
East Concourse.
But then, therefore, that means the Cardinals have two teams. The 11 team was on there. But even the guys who played on all the teams, and I guess there wouldn't be too many guys there. Pujols and Molina were on 04 and 11. That would be it, I believe. Would tell you that 04 was better than the 11 team. Just a bad beat on the Carpenter injury when it happened. Carpenter doesn't get hurt. It's a whole different world. But you can say that about plenty of things. The Brewers can say that about Raleigh Fingers in
Well,
82.
sure they can.
You know, Cardinals can say that about Vince Coleman in 85.
Absolutely could. Okay, so this list we're going to
It
discard.
sucks.
My bad. That's
Well, we'll
on me.
move on to another topic.
Why? Now we're pissing on the dossier.
No. Just this story. No good. And
Didn't
that's
the
on me.
dossier have something on there about dangling meat?
Loose meat.
Loose meat.
That's correct.
We've already
covered
addressed that.
We've covered it.
And then we had more loose meat. And
Yeah,
we've already
then there was
addressed that.
more loose meat.
And we were clearing the deck.
Albert Pujols did not get the Angels job. Kurt Suzuki did, and then they gave him a one-year contract.
Really weird.
What in the hell is that?
Really weird. Like, I would be kind of
Who is
furious.
his counsel?
Why would you take that
I
job?
know.
I mean, what in the hell? It's with that organization, which is kind of a fly-by-night, the Pirates of the American League, and then you get a one-year deal. What in the hell
The
is that?
Dodgers gave Walter Olson a one-year deal for about 24 years in a row. Remember that? He was always on a one-year contract.
Yeah.
I was told that Pujols did not want the Angels job.
He did not want it.
That's what I was told.
Well, could it be that they were offering a one-year deal?
I don't know. And I think a lot of people don't want to work for Artie Moreno. That's another baseball buzz that's out there. If you're Albert and you have choices, I mean, and you can be the Padres manager, and Machado's tough to deal with, but if you're Albert Pujols, you can probably go up to him
I feel
and
like
handle business.
I feel like Machado would have a lot of respect for Pujols.
For sure.
Machado, Tatis, Bogarts, you got juice, man. No question about it. But yeah, the one-year deal. What are we doing here?
I like
It's like
Suzuki.
what you get when you're popping out a, I don't, for the life of me, that's odd. Now, how do you pronounce the GM's name? Is it Manasian?
I don't know.
The GM of the Angels, certainly not a real popular guy in Southern California for the handful of people monitoring the team. And he said, it's a one-year deal. He's tied in with me because he only has 1 year left on his deal.
If I'm going down, you're coming with me.
You're tied in with me. But it also affects your coaching staff. Are they going to leave another team to go there?
When you got a one-year deal?
Yeah.
And those are usually the guys that need more security.
Yeah.
The managers get
played. He was a very good ball player.
They said he was a Giants candidate, too, for the job that Tony Vitello got.
Yeah.
Weird.
I like Suzuki said, listen, I want to be here. I want to do this job. And I feel like throughout my career, I've had to prove myself every single year. It doesn't scare me. It only feels me to be better. The last 6 years of my career were all on one-year deals. It's like, but you don't want that for a manager job.
He must have the same agent who got me my Little Rock TV deal.
He's like,
if you're a guy who hadn't managed before and you're not a huge name in baseball, he played, but not a huge name, he didn't have a whole lot of leverage. You want the job or not? You want your first managing job, or are you going to walk away from it because it's only 1 year?
I guess.
Well, and Texas are pointing out the CBA is the reason potential lockout. I think, yes, obviously, that's why. I think that's why they only want to do one. The question is, why would you agree to that? I mean, Albert Pujols isn't going to sign a one-year deal with whatever team he picks. Yeah. Just no way. I mean, I would love to know the Vitello numbers. He was making a ton at Tennessee.
Yeah.
But to leave, I'm sure he's got an agent. You say, well, he really loves it in Knoxville. Let's go 4 years at 4.5.
You can talk about the CBA and how they most likely will have a work stoppage following the 26th season, but Skip Schumacher got a 4-year deal in Arlington.
Right.
You know?
Yep.
Vitello's a 3-year deal, Martin.
3-year deal, okay.
And what? So this is the first time a guy's gone no professional
With no
experience
professional
straight from
experience.
college.
Correct.
It's crazy.
Bobby Winkles was at Arizona State for years, had 1 year as a coach at the Angels, and was manager the next.
Got it.
That was close.
Yeah. Good for Tony V, man. He was really good when he came on the program.
From The Athletic, Suzuki may well be a great hire. He earned his excellent playing career, 16 seasons behind the plate with 5 teams. He won a World Series and is a baseball lifer whose ex-teammates and current coworkers have nothing but positive things to say. But he's starting out on the back foot because of a self-inflicted decision by Angels management. This is a contract that incentivizes a manager to spend more effort trying to earn the job rather than actually doing it well. That is The Athletic, and a column by Doug. I'm not familiar with Sam. Do you say it Blum or do you say Bloom?
I've always said Bloom.
Sam Bloom?
Mm-hmm.
I also feel like the players don't really have to buy into what you're saying. They're like, all right, he's probably gone.
Well, you think Suzuki worries about how long our contracts are?
No.
No, so maybe we shouldn't
worry about
his?
it. Yeah, he's
No.
good with it. That's
Right.
fine. That's all that matters.
Maybe pocket watching. That's what the kids would call it.
Pocket watching?
Pocket watching. Worried about what other people are making for how much, for how
Pocket
long.
watching. Never heard of that.
Yeah.
Give me an example of a pocket watcher.
What we're doing with Kurt Suzuki right there.
Pocket watching him. The most obvious is still right here.
Yeah, pocket watching.
Legend of Columbia is now super active in the Michelob Ultra. Wow, he is everywhere in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat now. I don't know what's going on, but I just see that he is the very active and one of the more recent active posters, along with Kevin Gould and MD 2020 and Jack Hoare. They're all in there talking it over. You can watch the program and talk it over with other TMA listeners, youtube.com/TMASTL. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. We will have our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day coming your way at approximately 10:50. Send your emails in to compete with other TMA listeners, and you can do so by emailing the morning after at InsideSTL.com if you are looking to get some work in or just enjoy a perfect place for a social setting for food and drink. I would like to recommend a place I discovered last month and I am now a member of. That is 5 Iron Golf in Clayton. 5 Iron Golf, the ultimate indoor golf experience, whether you're a serious golfer just looking to practice, or if you're looking for a wonderful night out. You'll love playing iconic courses on TrackMan simulators, enjoying chef-inspired dining, and relaxing in a vibrant bar setting. You can host events there, you can just sharpen your skills, or simply have fun. 5 Iron Golf is your new go-to destination. It is in Clayton. They have iconic courses ranging from Pebble Beach to St. Andrews and Bethpage Black. 5 Iron Golf in Clayton has 200-plus world-class courses. Rain or shine, no dress code required, and they have a special deal for our TMA listeners. It's $169 per month to join. That's the deal. I think that is a ridiculous value, but I am grateful for the price point. But they are offering this for TMA listeners, 10% off if you become a member, and you're a TMA listener. In the month of October, you get 10% off. Go to 5irongolf.com. It's located at 8015 Forsyth Boulevard. It is incredible. If you're not a serious golfer, it's a perfect place just to hang out. And if you are, you can get work in there on those TrackMan simulators throughout the day. They have 13 of them, $169 per month. When it gets cold out and you want to be able to practice, or you just want to be able to hang out with friends, 5 Iron Golf online at 5irongolf.com. Let them know you're a TMA listener. You get 10% off. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues in Mammoth tonight. Pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
You like this? You like this beat?
No, this is not much of a musical.
It's 101 ESPN return music, and Jackson's just playing it.
Okay.
Doug's our freestyling.
I'm not going to freestyle. It's kind of a downer of a tune, isn't it?
Really? I'd run through a brick wall.
You would?
Sure.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne heads to onboarding. Chairman Kurt slides into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour, and a gentleman by the name of Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos playing these beats here on the presentation. Papers, I mean, you really did. I think the dossier's strong.
Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Doug, I was deep teasing this situation with the breaking news where the FBI held a press conference just within the last hour involving Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, and Damon Jones, who have been arrested, current and former NBA players and coaches. And I am reading from Joe Pompolano's Twitter feed. Doug, do you follow Joe Pompolano?
Not yet, but boy, I will after this.
He has 601,000.
Oh, does he?
He's a sports business Twitter account. This was an illegal gambling and sports rigging operation that spanned years across 11 states. In total, 30 individuals have been arrested, 13 of whom are mafia members. The cases involve La Cosa Nostra. Jackson, that's the Italian
mafia. Yep.
Charges include illegal gambling, wire fraud, and extortion. There are two separate indictments. The first involves 6 defendants accused of participating in a sports corruption scheme that exploited insider information involving NBA players and teams. The defendants leveraged their connections to place prop bets based on confidential insider information, winning tens of thousands of dollars per bet. The second indictment involves 31 defendants charged with participating in a nationwide scheme to rig illegal poker games. The FBI says they used high-tech cheating technology to steal millions of dollars from victims in underground poker games that were secretly fixed. The two cases are separate, but there are 3 overlapping defendants, and that includes a former NBA player and coach, Damon Jones. The FBI says that NBA player Terry Rozier told the defendants that he was going to leave a game early on March 23rd, 2023 with an injury. The defendants then placed more than $200,000 of wagers on the unders of his prop bets, with Rozier leaving the game after 9 minutes. Those bets paid out tens of thousands of dollars in profits, and the defendants and Rozier counted the money at Rozier's house.
Oh, boy. Scary, Terry.
The FBI says that former Raptors player Jonte Porter was threatened to participate in the sports gambling scheme because of his own gambling debts. Teams that were bet on during the sports gambling scheme include the Hornets, the Blazers, the Lakers, and the Raptors. The rigged poker games occurred in the Hamptons, so Jackson, you probably will be deposed.
Yeah, figure that would be.
Miami, Las Vegas, and Manhattan. The poker scheme targeted victims who were lured to participate in rigged poker games by the chance to play alongside former professional athletes. The athletes included Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones. The FBI says the defendants utilized altered shuffling machines to read the cards in the deck and then relayed that information to an off-site operator. And then the off-site operator, known as the quarterback, then sent that information to someone at the table. The FBI also says that the defendants utilized other cheating technologies, including poker chip trays that read cards through hidden cameras, special contact lenses and glasses that could read marked cards, and X-ray poker tables that could read cards face down. The FBI says the defendants robbed a victim at gunpoint to acquire a rigged shuffling machine. And the sports gambling investigation is called Operation Nothing But Net, while the poker investigation is called Operation Royal Flush. The FBI has been working on this investigation for 4 years, with victims losing at least $7 million. One person lost $1.8 million. The FBI reviewed thousands of hours of video evidence and executed more than 24 search warrants. These are just accusations at this point. Pompliano says, I am pointing out the details from the FBI's investigation. So there it is, Doug. That is the press conference, and it is the story breaking this morning in the sports world.
It's just amazing that these NBA guys who've already made millions of dollars,
right,
I want to go this route.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Rozier had a $96 million guaranteed contract.
Yeah. He's going to throw that away because I'm sure he's out forever.
Oh, yeah. That's you mess with gambling on the sport. The NBA has proven that with Jonte Porter. They'll throw the book to the fullest extent at you, which is what you have to do. You have to use that as a deterrent. You can't have this happen.
And this is a big kick to the teeth to the legal sports gambling business, too.
Right.
Just now becoming legal all over the country. And now there's this stain that, wait a minute, is it on the up and up? Who knows?
Right.
Yeah, it's a horrible story all the way around.
I wonder if I can use this to get out of paying my bookie at the Arnold Water Tower. It's coming Tuesday.
Just send the link. Send the link to the story over.
I'd like to see
Explain yourself.
I'd like to see the poker table that can read the cards from underneath the table.
I've never heard of that. I've heard of illegal shuffling machines. I've heard of that. Seen that.
And so the dealer would have had something in his ear to tell him, or
I guess it gets relayed to someone away from the
You are
table.
allowed to. I just played a couple weeks ago in Las Vegas, and people sometimes when I would play in the World Series of Poker, they're like, "There's no way you can use your phone at the table." I'm like, "I absolutely can. If you're in the hand, you can't have your phone out.
Right.
But if you fold and you're just sitting there while other people at the table are playing, you can look at your phone. So therefore, during the game, my guess is this quarterback, they made reference to that being an analogy for the person who was sending the information to them, was probably sending it to one of the people at the table's phones.
Yeah.
Or it was just like texts directly to the people.
Well, having those contacts that can read the marked cards, that's crazy. I mean, that's extremely modern forms of cheating.
So Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, just had this press conference here within the last 40 minutes. And this is certainly a monster scandal, both for the NBA and for sports gambling. Your thoughts on it, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program. You can talk it over with other TMA listeners. YouTube.com/TMASTL in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Tomorrow's program is always a magical one because Joey Vitale's on following this Blues Mammoth game tonight. And then, of course, the Cardinal will get you ready for Missouri and Vanderbilt. Game Day on ESPN. Missouri's first appearance on Game Day since the SEC championship game, we think, in 2014, or was it South Carolina?
It was South Carolina,
down in Columbia, South Carolina. First time for Missouri in 11 years, nearly 2 decades for Vanderbilt. Surprised that they had it, but they had it against Auburn 2008 or 2007, Doug, and they won 15-14. Either way, the Colonel of PowerMizzou.com, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800. That's 314-961-4800. Or go online at carltoninsurance.net. 452 5-star reviews for James Carlton and his team in Webster Groves. Think to yourself, how much would it be worth to you to spend 2 minutes on the phone with James and his team in Webster Groves? I would say, maybe like $3-4. Well, think about saving thousands of dollars just by making that phone call. That's what Jamie Rivers did a few weeks ago, and now he is saving literally thousands of dollars. It's James Carlton. He's been my insurance agent now since 2019, and I recommend he become yours. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. The program's The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Send your emails in. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. It's coming up on the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at about 10:50. This is TMA. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up, and I'll be real transparent with the audience, Doug, because we don't kink shame. It's honesty in media. We're pro-liberty. Anything else that are the tenets of this show?
No, you nailed them.
We're just way behind on breaks.
Okay, well, sorry.
So we got to catch up. We had our wonderful conversation with the Mad Hoosier, who turned out to be Joe Buck.
Michael Wellington came in.
Tony Vitello getting that Giants gig, so we're way behind. So I got to catch up. That's on Jackson, and Jackson will be held to account. Doug will put his finger in his chest in this commercial break coming up, so you'll want to watch that on YouTube. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic St. Louis company founded in downtown way back in 1890, and the same street the company is headquartered then, they are headquartered there today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and our future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and as a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug, would you want to kick at College Game Day if you were selected this Saturday at Nashville?
Sure.
Pat MacAfee is handing out hundreds of thousands of dollars every Saturday morning. The rules of the field goal contest always vary week to week, depending on how generous McAfee is feeling in the moment. But it is his own personal money. It is his own money.
Yeah.
It's not ESPN's. It's his. And
how many times has he had to pay up? Or
I sold all my stock in crowdsourcing in 2022.
I think it's about half and half.
Really? Mm-hmm. But each time it's like $300,000 or so, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And then he gets Kirk thrown in a little bit here.
Yeah,
and there.
Kirk, I think, was an unwilling participant last week. He's like, Kirk's going to throw in $100,000, and Kirk just had this look on his face like, oh.
I am.
Right.
But at Vanderbilt this Saturday, with Missouri coming to town, students seem committed to winning it on their own. Per awful announcing in an awesome event with College Game Day coming to town on Saturday for the top 20 matchup between Vanderbilt and Missouri. And by the way, awful announcing is Missouri ranks 17th.
Oh, maybe coaches poll? The awful announcing poll?
They were 15th in one and 14th in the other.
That's correct.
They are 15th.
The team's kickers held a practice to train students who are hoping to win the lottery to take part in the field goal kicking contest this week. According to a video from a Vanderbilt student, almost 100 Commodores showed up to try out their skills. And starting kicker Brock Taylor, I think he's the one who missed the kick at Missouri last year, the 31-yarder in overtime, which allowed Missouri to escape with a victory. Starting kicker Brock Taylor would be a great person to learn from for those Vanderbilt students. He is 6 for 6 so far this season on field goals with a long of 51 yards. Last season, he was 18 of 21 with a long of 57 yards. So Brock Taylor and the other kickers were out in the Vanderbilt on the Vanderbilt campus yesterday, teaching approximately 100 students how to kick. If on the off chance that they were selected on the ESPN College Game Day lottery to kick with Pat McAfee and possibly win hundreds of thousands of dollars Saturday morning. That's usually, is that at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock Central? It's one or the other.
Yeah.
The kicking contest?
Yeah.
I think 10.
10 o'clock.
And it's like a 30-yard field goal?
35 yards, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, if you have some athletic ability, you'd have a pretty good shot to make one at that distance. If you don't, no amount of coaching at this point is going to help.
What are you trying to say about Bobby Boots, who missed a 38-yarder?
The holes will get tight, though, on national TV with that kind of money on the line.
But, I mean, if there's a lot of kids that played some soccer or played a little football that can kick a ball a little bit. Well, those are the guys that if they get a little training, it could put them over the top. But if you're an athletic spastic, a couple of days of coaching is not going to help you much.
Yeah. Guys, you guys think the Mizzou kicker could make the game day kick? That's Jake, and he's in Kirkwood.
I don't want to find out.
You don't want him to go out there?
No. Ice yourself.
I'm working with Bobby Boots this afternoon in case I win the golden ticket.
Are you in the lottery?
I think you have to get there at a certain time, and I don't know that I'll be willing to camp out.
I thought it was for students.
I have a fake Vanderbilt student ID.
Oh, my. What a scandal that would be. If they carry you off on their shoulders only to find out
you're admitting it live on the radio.
40-year-old man from St. Louis.
Old enough to be the father of the student.
Kind of a Van Wilder situation.
Right. Never graduate.
Kickers? Why does Vanderbilt have more than one kicker? Isn't that illegal? That's some Ollie doesn't know mocking the Missouri kicking situation.
They got more than one kicker. They just have one guy who only kicks off, and I don't know what else he does. Oliver Robbins.
That's correct.
I wonder if that's a scholarship position.
I don't know.
Just kickoff.
I guess. I don't know. But like, if Blake Craig didn't get hurt, I don't know what he would do because Blake Craig would kick off.
Jackson.
Yes.
If Mizzou loses Saturday, their playoff hope's over. That's from Steven time. Okay. Do you have a bet with him?
Larry King column again. If they lose this weekend and beat A&M, it's still a possibility.
It is. I would consider it to be highly unlikely. Their playoff probability per ESPN right now is 32%. It goes to 51% if they win. And even with that, they still would have to win. I think they would have to win out.
You were talking about the College Game Day podcast.
Yes.
And I listened to that this morning.
It's
and
so
it
good.
reminded me of the show because they said that Mizzou Vandy is essentially a loser leaves town match.
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
Yeah.
You would have to have all kinds of hell break loose elsewhere. It could happen, but I do like now that I think, and maybe Missouri fans would still be irritated if they would be irritated. Why would I say it? But that now there's an understanding, I think, amongst college fan bases, I think, as a whole, that a 2-loss team isn't necessarily in. I think they're going to look at quality of wins. So, for example, if Alabama were to lose 2 games, let's say they lose to LSU.
Okay.
But they have the wins at Georgia, at home against Vanderbilt, in Columbia, at home against Tennessee. They've got 4 big boys right there.
Yeah.
At the moment, Missouri's got, I think Auburn's probably the best win.
Alabama's Florida State loss is looking worse week to week.
It's confusing as hell. I keep going back to, though, if you do, I mean, it doesn't excuse it, but it is if you're following the sport or if you're wagering on the sport, seeing Alabama's offense in the fourth quarter against Missouri when Jam Miller was out, and not just how they couldn't run it without Jam Miller, but also their pass blocking suffered in a substantial way without Jam Miller. It helps explain it. Texas Tech didn't have Baron Morton last week. These significant injuries. I mean, when Missouri lost Brady Cook against Alabama last year, it was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
The Drew Pine episodes.
Pine time.
And I think it's important in the conversation from an Illinois standpoint with all of their corners getting hurt against Indiana. These things have a significant impact. All right, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up next. TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues Mammoth tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. If you are not feeling great, could be low testosterone. Men, have you or your family seen a change in you? Not quite yourself anymore? Struggling to focus? No energy for the people you love? Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? Could be you're getting older, or work stress, or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal, unpaid Uber drivers. But it also could be your testosterone calling it quits and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help you change that. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling that something's off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. That's Mentality Health online at mentalityhealth.com. I've been out there. I got tested. Super easy, really friendly staff. You're in, you're out in 20 minutes. It's worth it to know the results. Go to mentalityhealth.com, get tested, and know your testosterone levels, including free testosterone, which some places don't test for. Mentality does. Online at mentalityhealth.com. Doug, it's time for the Design Air Heating.
Okay, I'm ready.
Guys, Plops here. I think most of your listening audience will agree that last night was just incredible. We were down at the Six Flags Old Glory Amphitheater for the annual Knights of Columbus production of Hair.
Oh, gosh. A little dated.
The gentlemen really acted their butts off, and everyone's minge looked great. Doug was up there on stage playing the part of Burger, made famous in 1979 by the wonderful Treat Williams. Swope was supposed to pick me up and take me to the show, but when I called him to find out where the heck he was, he said he was 850 feet in the air above Tower T. Whatever the hell that means.
Some guy tried to climb the tower, climb the Channel 5 tower at Tower
Well, Misty
T.
Plops is saying it was Buck Swope.
It wasn't.
Mr. Tower T himself.
That's correct. He saved Tower T.
So the guy climbed up 900 some odd feet.
My palms are sweating.
And
Thinking,
they had to get him down with an hot air balloon?
Oh, God, really? Yeah, I guess there's not a ladder tall enough.
Yeah.
Regardless, a blessed day was had by all, and I made off with a few tufts of hair as a souvenir, and I'll be selling those this weekend at TMA Live at the Family Arena. Thanks, it's Misty Plops.
Misty Plops.
Morning, fellas. Love the program as always, and I think today was the poster show for the Stiefel dossier going forward. 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. mystery callers and loose meat. 10 to 10:57, Doug Guessing Game. Olds Technology Support Group, 10:58 to 11:01. Email of the day. I'm in the market for a new father-in-law. The previous one took off after I asked him if he'd help me recreate the Timmy Walters email from yesterday. Apparently asking a 65-year-old if they want to start dropping so I can start sopping was a no-go. Toodles, that's from the Kirkwood, Frontenac, Bi-City area layman, DBA, a well-known butt-ass.
A well-known butt-ass.
Hi, guys. Thanks for the limerick breakdown this morning. Here's one to pay homage to Jackson's association. A scandal broke loose in the league with wagers that danced in intrigue. Rozier took a dive. Billups' cards came alive. Now the FBI is chasing fatigue. Until next time, that's the TMA Troubadour.
That was nice.
TMA Troubadour.
Sure, the Blues aren't playing inspired hockey, and the Cardinals are moving any players with the slightest bit of value to prepare for the 2026 season, choosing to focus on fan engagement. Drink is preparing to stand on business in Florida, and Mizzou baseball wasn't interested in retaining a coach who built a powerhouse and won the College World Series and will now be running a professional baseball team. Travis Kelce of our Missouri Chiefs even bought the boss on a one-year deal and refused to make it St. Louis specific. We don't even have an apple-picking insider. What do we have? 2 St. Louisans in the Thriller video, and now our zoo has a Komodo dragon. Your move, Charlotte. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Loose Meat and Meat Substitutes.
Shooter McGavin, vice president of Loose Meat.
Y'all spent so much time yesterday workshopping a loser leaves town golf match that nobody asked for between a triggered wacko from Morrison Woods and a guy who uses the name of your former stoner board ops cocaine smuggling Spanish teacher, Mr. Siders, leaving no time for my email about Libby Jack getting crunk on Zimas while watching Hoop Rock at a hockey bar. Rough show for Libby Jack yesterday with the YouTube feed being down for 3 minutes to the chagrin of the YouTube chat, which is mostly keyboard diarrhea from lonely super fans who can't get their text read. And then he tried to dunk on a texter and ended up dunking on himself because he heard Jalen Daniels when Tim clearly read the name Jaden Daniels. Ours is the type of presentation where rookie gamblers feel free to drop in at any time and ask what brand of matches they should use to light their money on fire betting on sports. Up next, we have Bophades, whose dauber is down because his fifth wife left him because he's a serial cheater with a gambling problem. That's okay because we're going to help Bophades find a Laotian woman to be his sixth wife just as soon as we get the mail-order bride pimp's phone number from Doug's neighbor. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the recessed lady's breast. P.S. If you stretch the timeline to infinity, the answer is Miles Davis. Doug, that's what we have. For the design, air, heating, and cooling email that
I believe it's between Plops and Swope. I'll go for Swope. Buck Swope.
I'll go Plops.
I like the Troubadour.
Wow, that puts me to the test. I'm going to go Buck Swope. Buck Swope is one.
Okay.
The design, air, heating, and cooling email today. We got to go. Bye.